Hello, everyone. Hey, welcome to another Sunday afternoon. Me lower the volume. Okay, so we have a game already. Already ready. The event fire just fine with. I'm happy to report with 79. So that's great. Really. Let me do the calculations. So 79 means we're gonna be on 7 rounds of Swiss plus top 8. And the minimum amount it's going to be nice. So x2 bracket, 2x2 brackets make the top 8. That's nice. Sorry, opponent. I'm figuring stuff while the stream is starting. Let me change this. Okay, round one is Delva, so it's okay. Yeah, let's go. Let's go for this mood today. Okay, we are on the draw, which is not great, but I'd say our hand is pretty good. Pretty good. I think we want the symbiote to protect, and we're gonna just slow roll the hand. So we're gonna have Shepherd first. There's an argument to play Reclaimer first turn, so we can have it untapped and ready to do its thing ASAP. But usually your first play gets bolted right on. So if we need to offer something, let it be a Shepherd. That's not useful. Double ponder. Okay, that's a pretty, I'd say, anemic turn 2 out of our opponent. Only problem is the graveyard is pretty full. Okay, so I guess this looks like a more tight line. I don't know. So worst thing would be like a gut shot out of our opponent. So let's sequence so we are as protected as possible. So my idea here is to go, since we are protected from the dazes, as long as a shepherd is in play, I'm going to play the reclaimer first. And if they want to try to gut shot daze or gut shot for something, let it be the symbiote. So now this turn is pretty key. If they go and develop the deploy the Murktide now, then our shields are down with Reclaimer. But if we untap with Reclaimer, then we are in a premium position. So this is a key turn. Na, na, de, ba, bam. Okay, so they're gonna bolt the symbiote, which is okay. And they already made their land drop. So my only concern is double bolt, I guess. Okay, so their guys are on. Okay, so we need to deal with those flying guys. So, okay, Delver, that's interesting. So Cradle would be awesome. Natural Order is a little heavy. It's a little heavy. We might be forced to. We might be forced to use this turn as development again. I really don't like having Reclaimer off for another turn, but I think, yeah, I don't think we have a chance here. Okay, there goes your graveyard. So they lost 2 flyers and they gained 1. So we still have like half of our problems. I mean, we can't really complain. The hand was really awesome, like really good. Bad thing, I guess, is we only have 1 green source for the next turn. So a really nice top deck would be land or even Cradle. Cradle would be awesome. Land would be good too. Yeah, that's very good. So to be honest, all I want to do is just play Reclaimer and pass. So we are bolt proof. We are bolt proof. We can get our Cradle. We can. I guess really the only dangerous thing is like submerge. Remember that we are running CGD step, so we try to like what's the name of the card? Unholy Heat us. We can protect ourselves. The problem is they are filling their graveyard pretty fast. Pretty fast. They miss creature? Yeah, they miss creature. But yeah, that's an iteration. Yeah. So let's hope they don't hit a creature here. Okay, so they don't hit creature. So we're gonna take. Yeah, we're pretty good, I think. We're gonna take 3 here from the Delver for the insectile aberration. Okay. Yeah, they don't do anything, right? Yeah, they get 3. Yes. Yes. Hit me in the face. Yes. We're gonna crop this for a cradle. And we might have just one. Just like that. So we play Shepherd. He got 2 cards in hand. I believe one of those must be the Murktide, and the other one maybe Force Pitch. Like no idea, but we don't care really. So they should have 3 cards to interact with this, and they don't. The next best thing would be removal days. That could work too. All right. So the days first. Sure. Okay. They try to pump, I guess, for defense. They succeed. No, we don't want to pay. So it resolves. We get the hoof, and it's so lethal. Yeah. No, it's not lethal. It's so they need to block one. Yeah. So it was not just lethal right away, but they need to block one to survive. And the next turn, yeah, there would be like 14. So it was 14, 25. Yeah, it was a lot of damage. Sure. Okay, usual package. 3/3. Da, da, da. Get out this plus this, and let's go. Nice, we took game 1 on the draw. No lands for magic. That looks better. So I believe so we need to hit something good here of the Once Upon a Time. Ideally, a Reclaimer. Could be a Reclaimer could be nice. A Shepherd would be nice. So I guess the best hits are Reclaimer, Shepherd, Symbiote. Okay. Delver. The return of the Delver. It's good, but endurance, it's a hard lock for them. All right, so yeah, so let's diligently first get shot to Once Upon a Time. Second Reclaimer is sexy. Yeah, they discard turn 1 play. That's okay. We got a backup Reclaimer, and they set up themselves 1 mana. That's okay. All right. Okay. Play second forest. Reclaimer. Druid. Could be dazed. But that's why it goes on the second place. Okay, it resolves. So next turn, Yeah, next turn I guess we're gonna grab the Visionary with Cradle backup. Okay, never mind. So we no longer have the 3 mana for the next turn. They are really respecting the Reclaimer here by bolting the Reclaimer instead of the Druid. And they already took care of two Reclaimers. First, the turn one play with the Daze, and this one, the Bolt. So yeah. All right. They are running back. It's this build has everything. It has bubbles, has multi delvers. I guess just on a lower density, everything. Yeah, I'm not super excited to get our two first reclaimers of our deck. That's a very important key creature. I don't want to block. No, not at this stage of the game. So that's Ragavan maybe. Fork Bolt. Oh, punished for not trading, but it's okay. They're down to two cards, and I guess our card quality is much better from here. So this basically replaces itself. We even draw Visionary. So, yeah, I think we should sequence these to try to be as days proof as possible. But I think I want if they want to days this 2-3 again, I'm fine. All right. Once upon a time is nice too, and we so if they have days or something, let's just use it if you want. What we can't afford is that getting our endurance weight. That's far too important. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. So basically now we need to. This is again. This is the key turn. So if they drag a ban born to be banned, you have ban on your name. Okay. So this is like the key turn again. If they play Murktide here, we have a problem. Okay. Oh, stop orb. Oh, the. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Okay, so yeah, let's get. Should we get greedy here or just safe? I don't know. I think I'll pass. We can get in for two. Like we don't have nothing. So for the time being, their graveyard is protected. We want to. So the endurance basically has no text. It's a vanilla 3/4, only reach. So let's try to get. Okay, this is an iteration. That's good. Let's try to get the so no Murktide this turn. We have one more turn to find solution. Let's try. So now we're gonna surprise block the Delver. Let's see. Yes. So force this opponent. Okay, reasonable. Down to one card. Yeah. So let's try. Let's start to draw some cards here. Let's see how we do. That's a good draw. So hopefully we find land or cradle so we can replay Visionary again. We need to refill fast. We might not have a lot of time. Yeah, that's not the best draw. So that means we're gonna get at least one more. Opponent's gonna get one more turn to find the Morgtide, which is not the best. But even if they find, we still have one turn to find the white mana. So hopefully the next Once Upon a Time finds us either white mana or an endurance to stop their clock. They are in top deck mode almost. Yeah, okay. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, so now this is the real test. So here we don't want to bounce because we want the mana of the Cradle next turn. So I'm not gonna bounce now. Which in hindsight seems like a bad choice. Okay, they go get Channeler. And they're gonna cast the Morgtide. Wow. Hello Darius, thank you for the follow. Buenas tío. Okay, so they're casting something. Usually when opponent is being costs like that, is a Morgtide, yeah. So we need to hit. Okay, so we need to hit land plus fetch land plus endurance to survive this. So maybe we do want to bounce the Visionary because we need to find so many cards. This is round 1 of the Legacy Challenge, and we are one game up against Blue-Red Delver. We won game 1, and this is game 2. All right, so we found the white source. That's good. Good start. They are hellbent, so we don't have to play around anything really. Yeah, we only need to beat the board. So that's okay. Okay, first punt of the day. They are playing top orb. They are playing top orb, and I am bouncing Visionary. Oh my god, that's so bad. Okay, I guess. Okay, so let me see. I can add 4 mana. I can add 4. Yeah, I think we are dead. So I can play the Windswept, and we have an answer to Plow. Sorry, and we have an answer to Murktide, but even if we find Endurance, we don't have enough mana to cast it. Okay. Okay, we found Grist. We found Grist. We can cast Grist and we can activate Grist, but then we are dead anyways to the Flyers. Right? If we just had 1 more mana. No, because we would need 1 white and 1 black, and all we have is. Oh. Yeah, we lost, guys. Yeah, that bounce on the Visionary was stupid. That lost us the game. But we are on the play. We're on the play now. So hopefully we can take game 3. So Darius here, let me show you my configuration for the event. It's my usual Reclaimer build. It's the usual list, but yes, I'm playing with Asijiri Step on the main, crop rotation as the 2 spicy cards on the main, and then instead of using black on the sideboard, I chose to go for white for the plows and the definite silences. I believe it's better. And yeah, so for this matchup, we usually board out all the Natural Order package and the Collector Roof, which does nothing, in favor of 3 Endurances and and Swords to Plowshares. Okay, on the play, with a nice hand on the play, we keep it. It's a nice hand. Okay, so keeping up with what we usually do, we want to fetch first and then fire once upon a time. So we see more cards and less lands. Nice. We take an endurance from here. We offer the sacrifice of a druid. So if they want to play removal turn 1, they can take the druid. By the way, Dario, let me give you VIP. VIP. Oh, what? How is that? Okay, so we got force of will. I mean, trading a force of will for a heritage druid is like it's a 2-for-1 him to Thorak. It's good. That's good. Okay, so let me add one roll. Sure. Okay, they play just this Painland or whatever it is. Yeah, so keeping the... We go get forest, not forest, so we go get something that we don't care too much. Maybe the first white source, it's okay to get. Play Reclaimer, and then we're gonna play the Symbiote. If they want to day something, let it be the Symbiote. Yeah, I guess they're looking for another force effect. Seems like too much. Okay, let's see what they find. Okay, Darius, you are VIP. Welcome. Okay, so they... okay, they force it. Nice. They're down to 3 cards. So maybe their game now, their strategy is to just fill the graveyard and cast a turn 2, turn 3 Murktide, because they double forced in the first 2 turns. So that's a lot of card disadvantage. We traded 2 cards for 4 of theirs, which is a lot. So we are still not on Murktide range. We have 1 more turn to develop, so let's put it to good use. They need to let this resolve, of course. We get a Green Sun. Yeah, Green Sun's too powerful. I was thinking to cash it for an Arbor, because you know when you have the Symbiote combo going, you can untap the Arbor, blah 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 blah. But I think green card it's too highly valued. It's too good to trade it for a. It's too good to trade it for a Dryad Arbor, I guess. Sure, they wanna bolt the Symbiote, which is good. Ooh, Arctic Monkeys. Nice. So ideally, here we would want a land, so we are not going to trade. So ideally here we would want a land, so it enables us to cast Endurance, playing around days. But I guess if they had days, they would have dazed on the first turns, right? It's a tough call. If I do it, I know I'm gonna regret it if I play it correctly. Okay, so Here's my idea. I can go get. So since we have an answer to a Murktide already in hand, we really don't care if they're casting Murktide next turn. So if they use all their turn to cast the Murktide, that would mean that we don't take damage of the Channeler. But I'm also afraid of other effects, like, for example, the Blazing Volley or the Fork Bolt, which they play maybe only 1 or 2 copies. So the question here is, do we play the Endurance now main phase, like preemptively, or I go for a slower line? I could go for a Shepherd, or I could go for a Birchlord, which enables us to cast the Grist. Yeah, I think the Birchlord is reasonable here. So if they want to force this, if they have force, this will make them use it. Okay, so it's not force, since this Green Sun can get us the Zenith, the Shepherd. So that's okay. Then we're going to add 1 mana. We're going to untap this, return this, replay the VCO, and if we draw a 1-drop, we can even play it. Okay, so the Green Sun was free. The Green Sun was free, and we have 4 mana to pay in today's next turn. We can even pitch Endurance if we want. We can get 1 point of damage as well. I think we're quite good, to be honest. So if this is Murktide, they tap out for it. Okay, they want to take the 1 point of damage, which is good. We are not trading. So the most scary card here is Blazing Volley. Okay, they have a Braid. They have a Braid targeting the Symbiote, which is the only card we don't care. And they full tap out. That's awesome. Okay, so now we can main phase Endurance next turn, playing around days. Plus what we top deck. That's so nice. Yeah, I think we are very favored from this position, and we yet get another Green Sun. So we're going to main phase the Endurance here. If they want to daze it, we can pay. They don't. So we blow their library, and I think, yeah, let's not be greedy. If I was playing a league, maybe I would just get another Arbor here, but I think I will repeat what I just said. I think the value of the Green Suns is too high to trade the Green Sun for an Arbor. Yeah, they are looking for answers. They're pretty bad. I think we are. So now that Endurance is on the board, even Blazing Volley is not such a scary card. Okay, they find Wasteland though. I know they put Wasteland to the. Okay, they're gonna fire that on the Savannah, which is okay. We still have the white source of the Birchlord activation. So if I could ask here, I would ask for a Cradle. Plow is good, but Plow is only meant to be used. It's only meant to be used for Murktide, nothing else. We are running only 3 Plows, so using it for something else would be a sin. We will stay on defense for the time being. They have to pass. Okay. Okay, so we are in a very good position. So now I think we're gonna start to cash in the Green Suns for other stuff. Like for example, this one I'm going to cash for a Reclaimer. And the other one, now we wait. We wait. So now we can afford to attack with those two since we have other blockers. And if there's a problem with a flyer, we could even use the plow to protect Grist. How cool is that? Maybe we can kill our opponent with Grist ultimate. But oh, music is too low maybe for you. Yeah, it should be like a 30%. That looks better. Okay, so they play Channeler, which is okay. Now they will use some sorcery or something. Okay, so on this board, Blazing Volley is something. But I think they still die. Murktide, yeah. I'm sorry, bro. We came prepared. Wait. Do we want to plow it? I think we don't. We just give them another extra turn. We don't want to plow. We are chilled guys. Actually, how cool is that? Let me win using my secret tech, right? Let me do it. So we need to get in a single point of damage. Oy. Sure. Hmm. Kill with grist. That should be an achievement. That should be an achievement, guys. Okay. Oh, we were. Oh my god. Okay. Um. Yeah, that was nice. Game two, I punted hard with the. I didn't read. I just punted. I played the visionary two times and I didn't check. I wasn't even drawing cards because Topor Orb was on the board. Just stupid. Okay. So we are 1-0. Let me update that. And we won the first game 2-1 versus Blue Red Delver. Hmm. Um, yeah, so let me input the data on the data collection Discord now that we have a few minutes until the next round. Data reporting, data sheet. Data sheets. Copy link. Paste. Okay, so our opponent was, what was the name? Something 90. Ay, what was our opponent's name? Hmm. Our opponent's name was Dunkin 90. So let me report it. Dunkin 90 or Delver Tempo. Nice. Ah, he reported himself. Ah no. Somebody did it. Nice. Okay. So two matches going on. One is Silvia Wataru, which I think he usually streams. You can check it. And the other matchup is uh, Demonic Tutors, which is Ed. He's playing Storm, and he's playing against Arcan, which, if I'm not wrong, he should be playing. He should be playing like something loam, something loam. Yeah, it's something low. This deck with all the cards, whatever. Yeah, I'll get you the links. So this is the stream from Arcan. I don't know if it has some delay, and the other should be Silvia Wataru. Yeah, he's streaming too. Those are the two games that we are waiting for. So after those games, We will be good for round two. And by the way, why is this not showing my timer? It got backed? Oh, right. Now, there you go. I fixed the timer. Nice. There it is. So let me grab some water. Be right back. Um, Maximum time for this round is, as always, guys, is 55 minutes. But I think it will be over earlier because Ed, Demonic Tutors, is playing is playing Ant, and Silvia Wataru usually plays Delver, so he should be pretty fast. Be right back. Yeah, too much is still going on. I'm doing stuff around, guys. Give me a minute. Let me check out this. Users in chat. Hello, York. I got my first round against Blue Red. Pretty good. And yeah, I'm on the green white splash today. Hey. So, two matches still going on. Huh. Who did you play against? York? Noxstrom. What's this? Noxstrom? I think I played against him. For color control? Major craze. Okay, so let me do. Okay, so last match, only one match left, which is Silvia Wataru versus Funnyman. Yeah, let me send York this infos. Give me a minute, guys. Link 3. Link 3. Top 8 calculator. 79. 7 rounds. Mm-hmm. Is there stream elements bot? Maybe spamming too much. I should maybe reduce the stream element. It's I set it up for 40 minutes, but I guess it's too often. Yeah, I'm gonna change it. Also, I added a command of if you type exclamation mark video. Can anybody try, please? If you type exclamation mark video, so it should give you the link with the latest. Okay. So if you throw exclamation mark video, it should answer you with the latest link on the YouTube channel. A ver, is that the latest one? 11, 12? Yeah, nice. It's working. Okay. Yeah. So let me put the timers. They are on 40 minutes. Maybe it's too much. I'm going to put 90 minutes, 60 minutes. Once every hour. It's more than enough spam. I think. The problem is because sometimes nobody's chatting, so it feels like only the bots are talking. But that's alright, I guess. If you guys are listening, that's enough. Okay, so I changed the bots so they are on 60 minutes now. They shouldn't be so spammy. And what other commands? What other commands you think are useful for a Magic streamer? Like deck. I know deck is a favorite, but I don't have the cardboard link extension. I don't like it because it goes over my overlay, and since I already put a lot of work on my overlays, I don't want stuff floating on my stream. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. So they're over. So we have round 2. Let's in 2 minutes we have round 1 minute and a half actually. Maybe record. You mean of the current round? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Is that command on the? Yeah, that command is on the MTG bot. Yeah, so that's already. So I need to make a list. I'm going to take notes actually. So I want to make a spam that tells you all the commands. So yeah, I'm going to. Where is my little paper? Second. All right. So useful commands. It was video. It was record. Event maybe, but event is already included on the MTG bot. No. Okay, so event I can make it. Not much really. This is a humble stream. Okay, let's go to round 2. Round is on. And we are playing against Ornate Puzzle. With a hand that is... it's not keepable. I mean, we could keep it and trust in the power of Once Upon a Time, but then the rest of the hand is not really exciting. We have turn 2, turn 3, turn 3 to... I don't know. I think we need to mull it. This is risky, but it's an acceptable risk. Okay. And we are in the draw too, so we see one more card, which is okay. So we see one more card and we have the Once Upon a Time. Oh, no, don't tell me. All right. Okay, so we're playing the Blue-Red Delver on top of Blue-Red Delver. That's all right. Let's see if today we can make the good play. Okay, we top the land, which is first step to not dying here. So yeah, let's do it properly. Fetch, forest, Once Upon a Time. We got a Reclaimer. Yeah, I think we need to take it. And we offer a Birch Lore to the gods of the Lightning Bolt. Yeah, okay, so the hand improved a lot. Basically, we top deck land and we got a Reclaimer of the Once Upon a Time, which is key card, as you have seen on this matchup. Okay, they don't vault in preemptively, so that's okay. What they reveal? Visionary. Imagine. Please cast Visionary. Maybe they are really thinking about it. To be honest, I'd rather give them the extra card rather than have the dude. Oh, they're casting it. Nice. Sure. All right. Okay. Bolt. Tanner. All right. Okay. So a Reclaimer would be far worse there because it's a much powerful card. CGD step off the top is, yeah, bad deck building, I guess. So we play. Let's play around days, right, shall we? Reclaimer. Add 1 mana. Now the question is: Do we go Glimpse into Visionary, draw 2, or Glimpse into Symbiote? So we can go Glimpse into Symbiote and draw 2 as well. I think I like the protection here, and we play Glimpse on another turn, I guess. Or it's a risk for another day. It is game 1. Let's try. So getting game 1 on the pocket, it's so big. Yeah, and we are rewarded here. We can even pay for days secretly if they daze us. Yeah, that board is so good. Yeah, so we could have drawn 1 more card, but it's okay, I guess. Yeah, in return, we developed with 3 dudes instead of 2. That's big. That's an iteration. I just love when they tap for the second red, since that means no Murktide. I'm just, especially game 1, I'm panicked of that thing. We couldn't. Symbiote is insect. No, what? You bounce another elf, and because you untap another elf, you would have floated 1 more mana because of the cradle. You would play in a 1 and CMC 1 symbiote instead of visionary. You could replay an elf. So I guess this is better. I'm happy. I'm with. I'm of course I'm very happy with the current board state, and now more even because they tapped for the last mana. Yeah, of course. So they tapped with the last mana, and means no removal, no Murktide. So that means 2 Reclaimers are going to untap. So okay, so that's for the symbiote. So yeah, I guess that now's the time to bounce. And now we can activate the Bojuka Bog on the next turn. It's sad that the step 8's in our hand. So step 8's here for this kind of situations, you know. When you can dodge 1 removal, something. So we're gonna let it connect. They don't have mana, so whatever they top deck, it's not. I don't think they're gonna play this turn. Glimpse is useless for them. Perfect. And a second, I tell you that much. Second Glimpse, this turn, oh my god. They push the second Ragavan on the legendary rule. Okay, buddy. Don't even trade it. Sure. Okay. They stopped on upkeep. All right. That yeah, I think the game is. Yeah, we are in a very good position here. Very, very good position. Yeah, I still like in the position. So we him to Tobrak them with Glimpse, Pitch Force, and Basen Borrower. Yeah, that's so good. That is so good, actually. And because the Delirium is already on, huh, how about okay, wait. Let me see what we draw first. So we can maybe put them into a trap here. A little trap. They still have 2 cards. That could be Murktide. Yeah, I think... Sadly, I think we need to preemptively... fire the Bojuka here. So we can't play the last Reclaimer because we need to make 2 mana. So yeah, I play this protect whatever, protect you. Gutshot. And we are gonna activate it main phase, I guess. I mean, okay, so if we activate it, if they don't have Murktide, we can trade it for their channeler. But if they don't have it, if they have it, then it's a problem. So I'm just going to go for the safe line. Boogie boogie, boogie boogie. Yeah. So bye bye to your graveyard. They need to remake it again. And now we have a lot of live top decks like Green Sun, Natural Order, Shepherd, Grist. I think we are good. Yeah, hey, hey. Yeah, so I guess so. Ravagan is gonna connect. Oh, please don't tell me this is the volley. Do they play Blazing Volley main deck? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, it's a bolt. Okay. Okay, it's only a bolt. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, so they're trying. I From the cards that I see they're putting on the graveyard, they are trying desperately to get into delirium mode again, and hence activating Ragavan. What they reveal? What did they reveal? Acoustic ability. They reveal a reclaimer? Don't tell me. A ver. Acoustic ability, blah, blah, blah. Did any of you guys see what they revealed to Ravagan? Because this reclaimer on the revealed area, I think is the first one of the Once Upon a Time. Okay, so just top deck what? Top deck a Natural Order. Go to sideboard, for example. That would be nice. Grist would be nice too. Wasteland. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a pretty good one, yeah. And that's a bad one. Oh my god. All right. So yeah. So we can deploy this, get in for 3. So we're still racing. I'm gonna force this? No. So they're keeping something in hand. Who knows what is. Reclaimer stays. Yeah, but you usually see it. It pop ups here around this area. I don't know why I didn't see it. Oh, okay. So Darius is telling me he revealed the arbor. That's right. So because they didn't play it went directly to exile. That's right. Sí, ya he visto. Me he dado cuenta, tío. Gracias, Darío. So at least we have one person who is paying attention. Thank you. Okay, so the plan here is Sigiri's tip protection is off, but maybe they don't know it. So ideally, they just attack, and we get our cradle next turn. But this smells like we're gonna get Murktide, which is okay since we are already at 8. This smells too Sea Dragon. Let's see. So if they Murktide, then we need to find Grist or the winning condition. Let's see what they go with. Also, how many elves we have? We have 5 elves. So a top deck Shepherd, it's game here. Nice. That I didn't think about that. So top deck Shepherd is game. So that means Green Sun Senate is also kill. So Green Sun. So we have literally 8, 11, the hoof itself, 12, like 13 cards. 13 cards that wins the game. Okay, so there's the Murktide, which is okay. It's a 6/6. We can trample through it. So we need to top deck something. And I believe we will find it. Only 41 cards. We were pretty diligent with deck thinning. Let's see what we top deck. Shepherd. Perfect. So they can block 3 dudes. They can block 3 dudes. How we do this, guys? First, step 1 is play Shepherd. Complete. So if we bash with 5, they can block 3. But they need to block the Reclaimers because they are 7/7. So they need to block 2 Reclaimers and it would die? Yeah, I think we won. I think that's just game. I swing with everything, right? So, okay, let me just do the math. So if they need to make 3 blocks. So if they don't make 3 blocks, they are dead. Yeah, I think this is game. Maybe they have something I'm not playing around. Okay, so they block the 2 7/7s, but that's still lethal. They need to block the other guy. So they are only left with the Murktide, and there's no way. There is no way. Oh, maybe they have a Ravagan with Days. Oh. Ah, we can block it. We can block it, no? No, they have Bolt? No. They have it. Yeah, I guess it didn't matter. So, on this same situation, maybe I should have stayed back with one of the Reclaimers. Nah, it wouldn't matter. No, it's okay. It wouldn't have mattered since they are hitting for 9 on the air, 6 from the Mortar and 3 from the Bolt. Yeah, that's game. That's game. Yeah, we will play. It's okay. If we lose like that, it's okay. We are playing to our odds, so it's okay. Usual sideboarding. Natural order package out. Endurances and plows in. And the golden rule here is plow is reserved for Murktide. No one else. Oh, nice song. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I felt that game we were in command, but those last draws from him, I don't know. Can't complain though. We got the top deck that we needed. Oh, this is hand is. Yeah, I like it. Let's play this hand. So here maybe we are valuing the shepherd over the. Yeah, let's give them the shep. The problem with leading with shepherd is then they are keeping their dazes and their counter magic, and it can hit you later in the game. That's the problem. If you play the, I don't know, the symbiote or the reclaimer at the early stages, and they want to deal with it, they're gonna daze or force it like the other guy. So usually you know that they are clear from counter magic because, well, they have been playing that all all day. Okay, so here we have an interesting decision to make. We play Reclaimer plus Protection or double Reclaimer? I guess it's like the same. But yeah, I'm gonna play Reclaimer plus Protected. And again, always sequence the Reclaimer first because there's always the possibility of Gut Shot plus Force of Will. All right. Get one in. And we are good to go. So next turn we can bug them, we can go for Cradle, we can do many things. Sí, en realidad, es que no me importaría siquiera ni que le dieran un Bolt al Shepard, ¿sabes? Si de hecho lo he jugado primero como sacrificio. O sea, yo sé que mi primer bicho normalmente va a la basura, entonces he dicho, te juego el Shepard y si quieres como sé que los magos azules tienen bastante miedo, lo juego primero y digo, si tienes un Bolt, pues que se lo chupe el Shepard, ¿sabes? Así es un Bolt que no va luego en simbionte. Yeah, sorry guys, was answering to my friend in Spanish. Okay. Yeah, they are tanking hard here. 8 cards in hand. Ponder. Not shuffle. They go for Brainstorm. When they play so many cantrips, I feel like they have the Blazing Volley in hand all the time. So I don't like it. Alright. Scalding turn. Dude, why take this art on Modo? Take the other art. Okay. They bought the symbiote, which is okay. So now we need to play around counter magic. And I think we're gonna pass. Like that we pass. Sure. Do they play that now? Haven't seen that in a while. Which one? The gut shot? You mean? What do you mean, Hugo? Okay, Blazing Volley. Okay, so we can protect one dude. Okay. Yeah, I think they play like 1 off or 2 off. But and this guy is actually panting because this card got an upgrade, a strict upgrade on the Innistrad. Let me fetch it for you. Yield until the end step. Set Vow, Innistrad Vow, red, search. Let me get the card for you. So it's actually like a wolf jumping, and it's basically they end the festivities. That's the name. So if you go like that, you write card exclamation mark, end the festivities. Yeah. So that card, Vice Symbolic, got a strict upgrade. This guy is just net decking, like he didn't update his deck. Okay, so opponent played a Wasteland on CGD step, which is, yeah, it's super suboptimal. Only bad thing is we are off 2 mana now and we can't activate the Reclaimer. But we have our mini Tarmo team on board, so that's okay. Don't underestimate the Elvish Tarmogoyfs. Iteration, perfect. I'm so happy when they cast Iteration. No monkey, no creatures. That's nice. And also, this is another reason to play the bye bye Shepherd. Another reason to play the Reclaimer build against the Nettle build. So it's like I feel my opinion of always it's much more resilient. So we need a land, please. Oh. Okay, because we have double endurance and all these things on their yard. Maybe I want to endurance them proactively. So I guess they have the the dude. So I'm gonna do it. Cast by exiling. Maybe that was a little. I mean, I tried to use that they were full tapped, but maybe that was a bad move. So this is like key moment on the match. Oh, nice! It resolved. Okay, so there goes their graveyard. Okay, and we still have another endurance on the hand. So yeah, yeah. Play your dudes. Iteration, nice. Yeah, that was like borderline. Oof. It's usually you don't want to play endurance. So I tell you guys, usually endurance is meant to be cast, not evoked on this matchup. But because they have their graveyard so full, and they were full tapped, I don't know. I felt it was a great window, and also, of course, also because we had double endurance in hand. If they don't have double endurance, we don't do this. So they need to hit land bolt or land. I don't know what they need to hit. They need to hit so many things. Okay, they hit land, step one. Ravagan, that's a blocker. All right. Sure. So what we want here is like a cradle. Cradle. Or that. No cradle, no lands. We are playing this whole game of a single forest, guys. it's, it's amazing. They submerge. They submerge target the reclaimer. Wow. Oh no! Yeah. So I pick it up so it doesn't slow our draw step. Yeah. I almost punted. Sure. Okay. The good thing here is the channeler. The channeler is she has to attack, right? Because she has delirium on. So she needs to attack. She can't stay on defense. That's good. Because it's one less blocker from our enemy. And now we basically need we need many things again. So they play second channeler. Wasteland, which is useless. All right. Yeah, it's not a... I think maybe we should evoke the second endurance again. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to attack, I think. So if they double block, they are trading too much, I think. So it's 2 for 1 if they double block. Okay, it's not 2 for 1, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I like to kill the dude. This one, yes. Yes. Yeah, that's a hard rate, to be honest. Reclaimer is one of our best cards in the matchup. All right. So again, they need to attack. They can't stay on defense. And usually, if they sequence it correctly, they should. Okay, there's no Murktide. So usually, the correct sequence is attack with your channeler with Delirium on. Then on second main, you go cast the Murktide. The only problem when you do that is sorry. The only problem is that if you do that, the opponent knows you are. Wait, give me a second, guys. Yeah, so Darius here is pointing out that we punted again. So nobody is surprised. We punted again. And we get a Zenith. Yeah, Zenith is not bad. But what do we get of the Zenith? That's the question. Because if we get the Arbor, they're going to waste it. So I think here we need to attack. They need to block with Rabagan. Yeah. So the Channeler, it's going to attack every turn no matter what. So basically, we need a Cradle. if we get a Cradle, even if it gets wasted right after we play it, if we get to add the 3 mana, we're going to be so good. Okay, so maybe... Okay. Ooh! Is that it? Is that it? Do they have anything with Flash? Oh my god. Okay, let me see. Let's try to attack first. Yeah. Nice. So Delirium came to matter here because they couldn't stay on defense with Chandler. Okay. Whew. Game 3. Same sideboard plan. Let's go. Okay, so Dario is telling me that maybe he wants to join us on the stream to comment on the match and to give me a hand. So that's awesome. He's a really good player. This hand, what we do here? Bojuka in hand is not exciting. It's not super exciting. But the rest of the hand, it's pretty good, I'd say. And I really don't like to mulligan on this game, on this match. Alright. Darío, si quieres cuando tengas eso listo te llamo y pruebas. A ver. O sea, te explico cómo puedes hacer. Tour 1 Ponder always makes you happy. We need to play a little faster. We are 2 minutes behind on the clock. Almost 2 minutes. Land is good. Land is definitely good here. Off the top. So forest and offer them the heritage. Then turn 2 we can turn 2 play the Misty. We can play Shepherd. Oh, that's nice. Oh, they discard an iteration? That's so nice. Perfect. These Delver players using Force of Will so aggressively, it's I think it's dangerous to do that, to be honest. Okay, so this looks like they are on a Murktide plan because they are just, you know, casting spells. They want to fill up the graveyard. So let's see. Buenas. Okay. Okay, they are Summon Seek. Let's go to turn 2. Turn 3, actually. So I think we keep with the plan, right? So we can... Oh, Druid changes the things a little bit. So I think... Okay, so what's obvious is Fetch needs to be played, then Shepherd. And now there's a decision. So we need to think if we want the second forest here, or if we want... So we could fetch for forest, get the Druid, pass, or let this mana open and do something else. So since we don't have Reclaimer, I'm gonna leave it like that. Let me just call my friend Darius. Okay, so we pass the turn. Oh, they got shot in me. Okay, that's interesting. They got shot in me. I'm gonna protect the Shepherd. Right. So we're gonna get a Savannah first. Rotate itself and get the Steppe. Sí, dame un segundo, Darío. Estoy aquí justo en una pila complicada. Vale. Vale.
La R, ¿qué R? Ya hay una R, una R.
Vale, ya te escuchan, ¿eh? Okay, so basically they shot a gut shot on our Shepherd, and I cracked the fetch. That was gonna be the Arbor. then crop rotate out, got the steppe, and protected the shepherd. So basically, they use the gut shot for nothing. Okay, that's good. Vale, ¿puedes ver ya, Darío?
No, no.
Vale, espera. Uy. Vale, sorry for a little Spanish, guys. En el panel de la llamada, Darío, tienes que buscar un sitio donde pone, o sea, a la derecha, donde pone como los participantes, digamos, que en teoría deberíamos ser tú y yo solos. Deberías ver una pantalla que te indica que yo estoy compartiendo una fuente de vídeo, que tiene que ponerte MTG o algo, o sea, MTGO o algo así. Entonces tienes que clicar ahí y entonces es cuando lo vas a ver. Si no, te comparto la pantalla completa, no pasa nada.
Sí, aquí estoy, pero... Sí, en teoría estoy aquí conectado en una esta de chat contigo.
Sí, la llamada.
Pero la pantalla que se me ve, veo solamente tu icono, pero no veo nada más.
Claro. A la derecha o a la izquierda vas a ver una flecha que despliega a los participantes. Dale y vas a ver que aparecemos tú y yo y luego otro, como si fuese otro participante más. En este caso es la fuente de vídeo que yo te estoy mandando, te estoy compartiendo. Entonces tienes que pinchar
Vale,
ahí.
sí, estaba con el chat y no se veía. Vale, ahora ya sí que lo veo.
Vale. Pues venga, en inglés, así los viewers no se entienden.
¿Cuántos tienes?
Bueno, 5 o 6 personas, pero luego, como luego queda grabado, por eso te lo digo.
Vale.
Queda en YouTube. Vale. So, okay, so the sequence was they got shot on my end step and I had crop rotation in hand. So I just used it. So I think they are going for a strong Murktide play because look at their graveyard. They are using everything. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just helping him trying to connect to the Discord call for the video share. Because on the stream he was like kind of helped me, and I how to say, I was he was watching with a little delay, right? Because of the stream. Okay, so he submerged my shepherd, which is not amazing, to be honest. But it's okay because we're gonna slam the bog. So we're gonna just slam the bog. And you have Murktide, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. So we are on the clock. We have 4 minutes to win this game, and our opponent is on 8 minutes. I say if we resolve the endurance, we are okay. We are still okay. They are trading Blazing Volley 1-for-1, which seems pretty bad, to be honest. But again, it's obvious they have the Murktide in hand and they want to like fill in the graveyard ASAP. So the problem here is we are lacking the double green, so that maybe we need one more turn, which can be scary. Let's see what they keep. So what do you think, Dario? Do you like the Sigiri step deck on the main, or do you think is because some people tell me it's too much for the elf deck?
It's a bit greedy, yeah. But make it.
Sorry?
I think it's a bit greedy.
It's a bit greedy, yeah. To be honest, I was looking at the mana base, and before adding the steppe, we were on 13 initial mana sources, and after the steppe, it's 12. So yeah. Okay, they pick Ravagan. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So we need land here. Oh, dude, that's not good. Okay, so we can play around days anyway. So we do this. We can add 3. We can grab what? Oh, Reclaimer. What not? For a Visionary, for extra card?
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I think Reclaimer is better because Reclaimer can block the Ravagan because it's 3/4. Yeah. And we still play around days with the Sigiri step here. Okay, so at least next turn we have the mana for endurance. Let's see if we get to the next turn. So this is the key moment of the game. So if they have Murktide now, they win, I think. Or we need to top deck the plow. Blazing Volley again? Okay. 1 for 1? Sure.
No, they are waiting you to block now.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
I'm 3/4. I'm a 3/4.
Yeah.
So what's
No.
there to block? Oh my god. Yeah. It's perfect. Just perfect. Bro.
Now you can evoke it. No,
No. We
cast it without
hard
evoke.
cast it. Yeah, we hard cast it, and that's it. Yeah, I think we got this. So now we need to play fast because we have 3 minutes until we basically die. 3/4. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, you can. Even if not, you can trade it. At 2-for-1 could be great right now.
Yeah. So they know the Ravagan is not gonna connect. They don't have graveyard to cast the Murktide.
Yeah, but in case the channeler was even a 3/3.
Yeah, channel. But
it would have been good for you trade.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So we're gonna cast this as a 2/2 because yes, it's bigger. And next turn we Dino Bash. Next turn, so at the end step we Dino Bash. Yeah. Wow.
This is the third game?
Yeah.
Or the second one?
Yeah, this is the third game 3. So basically, if we win this, we win the match. And we are 2 games, one after another against Blue-Red Delver. So it's very good. I mean, it's very good that we are winning because on the other challenges, I did very, very poorly against the Blue-Red Delver. Extremely poorly. Okay, so here we turn this face up. So it can get the Dino transform. And let's see. They have something on Insta Speed? I don't think they do. All right. Ooh, what they are tapping? They are tapping mana. Bolt the Shepherd. Yeah, yes.
Makes sense.
Of course. Yeah, it's they are dead. If they don't do that, they are dead. I mean, they're dead. I think they are dead anyways, but
yeah, not next turn, but it seems so.
Yeah, that's nice. So now basically we can. Actually, I'm gonna bash first, and then. So I think now I prefer my Birchlord on the morphed position.
You can bounce it.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to bounce and double and activate Reclaimer too. I think. Or I can do that end step. It's alright. So we're swinging for 6. They're at 9. They don't have literally any cards. What? They trade both? What's sure. You die.
No, the fetch land will force. It's a 2-for-1, but
sure. I still want to trade.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said before.
Yeah. That was actually a really nice, a really actually I think I want to kill the Ravagan because Channeler needs to attack now. That's on the I can't change it.
No, you
I accept
fixed the
already.
blocker before. Yeah.
Okay. That's actually really good because now we can yeah, I'm not gonna do it now because I wanted to surprise them, but we can untap the endurance. So the better play would have been to kill the channeler, so it was forced to attack on the way back, and we could stop. We could kill it with endurance on the blocks. We are very tight on time, to be honest. So much that I'm not liking it anymore. 1 minute is not a lot of time here. Okay, so let's play this. Cast face down. Yeah, if they double block, they are super dead. Okay, can I put the blocks now? I mean, doesn't matter, right? All right. Okay. If they top deck a Murktide now, we are dead. Doesn't matter what they do, we're not blocking. 120. Oh my god.
You have nothing.
We don't have either.
You have another Dryad there. So.
We have one more Dryad, correct? So I guess even if they play the Murktide now, we are okay. Gigant is the next end step. They play a Scalding turn and Specific Duration. Okay. Whew.
They can find blocker on a
Es demasiado apretado, tío, la partida. Hostia. Brainstorm. Oh my god, they're going to find it. They're going to find it, guys. Maybe they are looking. They're looking for the Blazing Volley.
Yeah.
That's what they're looking for. They're not looking for the Murktide. Because it doesn't save them. Nice. They conceded. Yeah. 2-0. Oh, and we were the last guys again? Oh my god. So let me... That was 2-0 versus UR Delver. Please, no more Delvers for the moment. let me chill for one round. Sí, tío, muy apretado, ¿eh? Y eso que ha sido 2 partidas, ¿eh? Ni siquiera ha sido Game 3. O sea que yo a perder la que me tocaba, creo que no me daba tiempo a remontar, tío. Good thing opponent playing his fetching before that Brainstorm. Yeah. Yeah, I guess he was also a little bit nervous, guys, because he was already on red numbers on his clock. So, I mean... if you are... Remember, guys, that if you are playing, you have nerves just from playing. If you are streaming too, you are just adding more. You know, I just like to stream, but it's not. So if you want to perform, you shouldn't be streaming. That's for sure. Okay, so let me report this opponent. Its name was Ornate Puzzles. Okay, so let me go to the data reporting. Ornate Puzzles. Okay, it's all, they already reported. Okay, so we have round. In 1 minute, we play. By the way, if you are new to the stream, guys, I appreciate that you drop a follow. I see some new people here. We are trying to get to 200 followers. I know it's... I don't ask for subs or anything. Just follow. It's free. And it does help a lot. Since, you know, all the sites like Mana Traders, Card Hoarder, they demand like a certain... like minimum followers, whatever. So... yeah, you need to show them the numbers, just even for apply for their sponsorship. So yeah. Okay, Newton's 2-0, nice. So full elves on the top tables, nice. We have Aaron Relentless, Jorg, Newton, and myself on elves, and I'm also positive that Testacular... What is Testacular? Testacular also it's also on elves. but he's on Nettle version. Uf, vamos bien, 2-0, tú. So I run the numbers, and for today's event, on 79 players and 7 rounds, the tiebreakers are the following: 1 player on 7-0, 5 players on 6-1, and 2 players on 5-2. So with 5-2, you are okay. So if you are 5-2, you're still on tiebreakers. But yeah. Okay, we got game. Indian Pancake. No idea what he plays. Let's salute our opponent. And we are on the draw. Sad face. Are they double queuing? No, they're not double queuing. All right. Yeah, they might be AFK from last round, so let's wait a few seconds. This is the good thing about... okay, so MTGO client has many bad things. But something good is that, you know, the chess clock is so fair. Is dead stone fair. Like, you know, if you are losing your time, it's your time you're losing, not mine, right? It's not like on Paper Magic where, you know, you can shuffle slow, you can blah, 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 blah. You're, okay, you are deciding, you decide. If I need to go to the toilet, it's out of my time, not on my opponent's time. You know what I mean? So that's okay. Well, maybe he's just Googling us. I don't know. Joder, sí que tarda, tío, en jugar. ¿Estás por ahí, Darío? No. Darío, we lost Darío also. On the... vale, está por ahí.
I was silent.
All right. So... yeah, opponent looks like he's AFK. I don't know. It's 2 minutes down already. Let me check something in the meantime. Yeah, opponent's AFK. I think... joder, tío, quería mear, pero no sé si irme ahora. ¿Qué tío, macho? Estamos en medio de la partida. Do we have any song requests?
I need to leave for a minute. I'll be back.
Okay, just don't hang up the call. You can just mute it, and that's all.
Yeah, I know.
Perfect. Okay, so see you later.
Bye.
Okay, opponent's back. Was in bathroom? Yeah, sure, no problem. This hand is definitely playable. We're a little bit heavy on lands. I would prefer... okay, is this another Delver? We could be on a 3 Delver in a row. Could be 8 cast. Okay, I think it's Delver again. Yeah, it's Delver. So 3 Delver in a row. Oh my god. Oh my god. So many Delvers. Yeah, I give you the symbiote. So again, the heuristics here is the same guy, right? So since we have the second copy in hand of the symbiote, If they want to bolt something, let it be the insect rather than the elf. Let's see. Invent. Oh, you don't play anything. That's nice, I guess. Okay, there's my guy. There's my guy. Saving the day. So the sequence is, yeah, pretty obvious, I guess. Okay, so we could play the symbiote to protect the shepherd, but I think. Okay, so I just said it's pretty obvious, but okay, let me take that back. So yeah, maybe it's more, since they didn't deploy any threats, maybe it's more valuable to play the symbiote to protect our shepherd. So everything from now onwards is uncounterable. Opponent's not presenting any threat, not a fast way to fill in their graveyard. So no channeler, no delver, no Ravagan. I guess they kept a rather mid or low hand. Sure. Oh yes, yeah. Okay. So here we can start to make things happen. As always, there's always the threat of Gutshot Force of Will, so that's something you need to live with. Archon is a very bad draw of the glimpse. Well, we're gonna draw a bunch of cards. No problem. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Get the extra card and then get 2 points of that. Oh my god, step 2. Okay, so we are threatening to hit them for. Yes, we can creep the. I prefer. So ideally, I was thinking. Yeah, I was just thinking on my next turn, and I was thinking. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we keep the crop for the crop. That's alright. That's a Morktide? That's a Morktide. Oh, that's a fast Morktide. Alright. So they have a plan after all. They have a plan after all. Okay, good thing. The Morktide is so small. We can't even contest it. So that's awesome. So let me get the white off here. Let me get a crop on Cradle. And I think the game is locked after that. Oops. So the Archon on instant and Archon being bigger than Morktide, I think that's the game. They should have, so in order to fight this, they should have, again, Gutshot Force is too much. I don't think they can win from here, to be honest. Sure, they take the Cradle. We don't care. What? Yeah, I was thinking about it. What the hell? All right, so let's play the Visionary first. If we get Cradle, we win. Okay, that was a little fast. That was a little too fast, maybe. Let's play fetch and pass. We should have keep the mana up to bog, maybe. I don't know. Do I attack with Archon? It's an instant. So basically, there's nothing they can do. Yeah. So we attack with it. Yeah. I forgot it's on instant. Yeah, GG's. Archon on instant, and so Archon on instant, and the Morktide is a 6/6, the game would be much different. But right now it's GG. So can't even pump the Radiant. No, they can, but not on insta speed. That's why. Yeah, free game. Free game. That's very nice. So let's move to our grind mode without the natural order package and let's try to make a clean 2-0 on this Delver player. Let's try to take it. Let me check something real fast here. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, I wanted to check on the event, but I can't watch it now for some reason. Oh my god. Yeah, the freaking MTGO line interface. It's okay. So the deck is being the deck, trolling us a little bit. Now this is better. Now this is hand. And believe it or not, I think we send the crop, don't we? So there's an argument for everything, right? But so I guess you're just debating. Okay, so I'm going to keep the greedy line just in case, just because we stole game one. Okay, that's nice. And they mulled to 6. No, they kept 7. All right, so we see an extra card. Nice. So we go for the super greedy line here. Daze me, opponent. Daze me. No daze? I think that if you have daze, that is insta daze, I think. Like insta daze. I mean, I'm not a Delver specialist. I'm not even an Elves specialist. But I think from an Elves perspective, if they go turn 1 Arbor on this matchup, this means they need the mana. I think I would even force of will that. Yeah, maybe they have Wasteland. That's true. Yeah, that's yeah. Sorry, maybe I misspoke. But I tell you, if you let the Reclaimer version go to like 3 mana and untapped Reclaimer, it's a hell of a different deck. It's so different. You can't. 2 different beasts. Absolutely. 5, 6. All right, Delver. It's good that I am so comfortable playing on Delver, again on Delver opponents, right? Oh, they missed the land drop? Oh wow. Ah, okay. I was just scared. So no Wasteland? Yeah, you upkeep brainstorm, but it makes sense, Hugo. They make this so they are 100. It's almost always incorrect. If that Delver is their only threat, they can't afford to be one more turn without transforming. You know what I mean? And there is our guy, the gut shot. So here we need a land. Oh my god. Okay. For some reason, we do the same play again. So we are literally telegraphing, we need mana, we need mana, we need mana. And they are letting us get the mana. I don't know, maybe they have a Wasteland now. But I don't know, they have 5 cards in hand. It's just weird that they don't have a removal or I don't know, something else. So maybe this was top deck? Okay, that's so huge. Yeah, I think we're losing this game, guys. That was a greedy keep. That it's not. No, the keep wasn't greedy. What was greedy? What was greedy was how what I bottomed and how I made the hand play. I guess. Okay, it's not completely over, but okay. So they keep targeting the arbor. Wow. Oh, so they finally took it. They finally got the message, and they're attacking our mana, which is good for them, bad for us. Right? Yeah. Let me. I think I can close this. The exiles, I guess. For the moment, it's not important. I'm taking up a lot of space. So what I was gonna say? Yeah, actually, the other day on Twitter, I was reading about the Dodges on Twitch, and he made a poll on his Twitter account asking the people around if you think an MTGO stream should include the chat or it shouldn't. What do you think, Hugo? Should it include? Oh my god, yeah. So they wipe our board and they are hitting us for 6. Yeah, this is pretty bad. Hitting lands so important on this game. So we have one more turn. So okay, let's think we hit the glimpse. I think it should. You also have some space in the top right. Also covering chat is usually okay. Top right. You mean like cover the system from the game? Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's just interesting for the viewers to see all the past interactions if you are catching up with the game. And sometimes you guys help me too because I'm not aware of everything. Okay, so we have a solution for the channeler, but not for the delver. So this game is a no-no. Where the in-game chat is. Yeah, that's kind of small, I guess. Yeah, I should think about it. So to be honest, I think it's up to the streamer, right? Because how to say? So for example, if I read your questions, can you make it bigger? Yeah, sure. You can move it. You can move it. You can remove it. You can do whatever you want. We keep this hand. Even with riots, this is a keep. Oh, they kept 7 too. I don't like that. So we need to hit like what? Like a cradle. If we hit a cradle, we can make like a pretty insane turn next turn. Cradle, natural symbiote, volcanic pass. All right. Okay. So here I'm gonna go for. It's tough. It's a tough call, eh? It's a tough call. But I'm gonna go for the symbiote. I think. Oh no, what symbiote, eh? So I could. Okay, so I could play glimpse. What? This guy, dude. Joder, qué pesado, tío. Yeah, so basically fucked up our glimpse chain. You remove the shepherd for free. Yeah, I need to think now. Yeah, I think we go for just develop our board. and try to make. That's so bad. Hopefully, we had another shepherd. Submerge so strong that card. Oh, they have everything. Come on. They are being super interactive this game. They have 6 cards in half, and we have 3. Wow. Damn it. Yeah, this deck feels more like a traditional Delver or Tremor version because of the submerge, I'd say. Oh, finally we got something. Come on. So, what we get? Can get. So I still think we don't get anything basically, or anything, or just a symbiote, a reclaimer. I don't know. The graveyard is starting to fill up. I'm not. I don't know. Or maybe yeah. I'm gonna grab symbiote. I need to get ahead of card on the card department. So I'm gonna get symbiote here. If it resolves, it resolves. No, I'm gonna get symbiote. I need to refill on cards. Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm talking about. So my plan here on this board is not blocking, or we can even block with the ranger. Yeah, we can even block with ranger because we want to bounce it, right? So we can have more triggers of the glimpse. And next turn we go crazy on the glimpse turn, and let's see if we find something. That's my plan. Let's see if it makes sense or it doesn't. But that definitely that submerge on response to fetch, that was big. So I can tell this guy is not an amateur Delver player because stock list don't run submerge at the moment. So this could be a Murktide. They are attacking. We are blocking. We want to block, so we want to bounce. So the block is free. Let's hope if we untap, we are so good. Let's hope they don't have more balls. They are tanking. Come on, really? All right. It's bad, but it could be worse. You're gonna force that? Wow. What's that? Maybe bolt in response? Days. Days is okay, actually. Days is okay. At least we cycle. We cycle the glimpse, which is not that bad. And they are down one. They are down a card and we are up a card. We get rewarded too. Okay. Okay, this is looking better. I'm just afraid of the Burgtide that's coming. We have the answer, but let's see. Okay, so do we block? Okay, let me remake this sequence. Okay, no, we can't block. We can't block because we need the mana from the cradle next turn. We can't block here. So worst case now is they reveal a Swords to Plowshares, or okay, they reveal an Arbor. Nice. Iteration. Okay, this is looking good. This is looking pretty good. People today are playing extremely fast or what? Extremely fast. Already half of the I guess the meta is very combo-ish because a lot of matches are already over. Like half of them are over already. So I'm okay. If this is even a Mortite, I'm okay with it. What is it? It's Mortite? Perfect. 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 Okay, finally the deck is doing stuff. 3, 2. A ver. 1, 2, 3. Sí, vale, justo. Just enough mana. I was just checking my math. We get the black of you and you. We get you. We get you. We get minus you to get you. And there's your Mortite, bro. And we have the replacement Visionary. So I think we are pretty good. Yeah, that's turn on the glimpse. I think it was key, right? They are attacking our Grist. Yeah, I'm not. That's not gonna connect. I'm sorry. That's not connecting. 3 cards in hand. It's possible. It's possible they have another Mortite. After all, they play a full 4 playset of 3 of 4. Sorry, 3 playset of 3. Playset of 4 copies. Yeah. Is this Yu-Gi-Oh? What the hell? In Yu-Gi-Oh is the playset R3? You are trolling, yes? Tell me you are trolling. Hey, come on, give me my turn. Give me my win. No! No, they found Wasteland. Okay. Relax. Relax. Wow. An uneven number too? What the hell? Give me a cradle here. Wow, that's good. Wow, that's a good one. That's a really good one. I want that in play this turn. Do we risk the force? I think we risk the force. I think we risk it, actually. Do you want to force it? Force it. Oh. Yeah, Senate for Reclaimer was an option, but I explain you why I didn't do it. I didn't do it because it would take 2 turns to get it in. I thought about it, but since we have already 2 mana, so before drawing the Druid, we have 2 mana and a Visionary and a Symbiote and a Grist beforehand. So Grist is not gonna die anytime soon, right? Because we can protect it. We can even trade with the token. I don't care. So they had a backup Ravagan, sure. So now the question is, do we pick up the Visionary? And the answer, I think, is yes. All right, so okay, so the Cradle was an amazing top deck. Yeah, it's basically GG now. So yeah, so we're gonna make 3. play this, draw even more cards, pump this. Play this and go get my and go get the MVP of the season. Mr. Endurance. We can even do more stuff around. Yeah, I'm not used to being so far ahead, to be honest. This is not how usually the games go. This is too much. There was that turn, that glimpse turn. Oof. For a moment I thought we lost it. I guess opponent's not completely out of it. Wait, did we get a double activation on Grist? Did we get the Grist, the double Grist activation? Grist. Oh, double activation, nice. Yeah, we are being super lucky. So basically they are not out because I guess they are digging for the they are digging hard for the Blazing Volley? Or maybe this guy has the new one, the what's the name? End the festivities. That would be pretty rough. Gut shot on Shepherd. Yeah, they are just not paying attention now. GG's. Nice. So we are 3-0. And we didn't win any game cleanly. My god. Looks like a meme. Wow, I guess people are so much playing on combo. Look how many matches are already over. Yeah, okay, so now I think I'm gonna go around screen. I'm gonna go take a little break. Oh yeah, let me update that. I'm gonna go take a little break, hit the restroom, and grab some water too. So yeah, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, okay, so let me report that last match. Who was our opponent last match? Indian Pancake. Alright, so let me go grab Indian Pancake. It's already reported, so I'm going to put here round 3, room core. Mente has olvidado. Okay, so let me. So I guess the round info is pretty relevant for the people watching. So I believe we could move this to, let's say, let's do this. And since I'm grabbing the image from the other screen, I think I don't know how to put it so it looks better. Or rather, where to put it. Nah, it looked better before. Yeah. Now I fucked up this. Ay, 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 ay. Events, the variables, need to move them. Unlock, unlock. All right, that looks good enough. Let me check the other screen. This one. It's a little bit too low. This one is a little bit too low. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really picky with my stream layout. But I think it looks good for a non-professional streamer. So, okay, round. Oh, I know. I know. So I can. I know. I can duplicate it. I can copy, paste, duplicate. And now I can do this. And do this. And just do it again. Paste, duplicate. No, I want the round. Yeah, I need to. Ya, tío, 3 rondas contra lo mismo. Pero bueno, es el mazo más difícil. Supuestamente, es el tier 1. Contento de ganarle. Y yo contento de jugarlas, que Delver me gusta la partida. Si fuese otro deck, igual estaría más hasta los cojones. Por ejemplo, Lands, que lo odio. Pero Delver me gusta jugarlo, la verdad, no te voy a engañar. Son muy interactivas las partidas. Okay, so good news, guys. Only one match going on. I guess the field is full of combo because how fast the rounds are going. So one more match and one more minute or a couple of minutes, and we go to to round 4. All right, so let me move this just here. I believe makes more sense. All right. How that does that look good? Like this on the big screen. So you have the round info, the match in progress. Is that okay? Okay, so I log that. I add this to a folder. Group selected items. Round info. Sure. So we need 3 more wins to make it top 8, which I don't want to give you fake hopes, guys. I don't think we're gonna make top 8, but yeah. So with 3 more, we are there. The good thing is, the bad thing is most likely next round there are high percentages that we face the mirror, and I don't like. I would not like that, to be honest. So among the trios, it will be one from these two guys. So one. So no, no, no. One. Two people playing for the mirror. Rename. You thought about a good command? Wait, I have it written here. So the commands I thought about were a video, which is working, record, which is working, and event. So I wanted social, but I have the bot. Yeah, I have the bot. So the bot spams the link tree, address, which is this one. And here you find a lot of useful things related to Magic or Discord, Twitter. It's everything on the link tree, really. Let me review the message. Check out my link tree with multiple useful links. Yeah, maybe something like regarding the social. Actually, the link tree is pretty amazing. You have to check it out. It has my favorite page to consult the basic lands, basic land information. I don't know, the tool to check. This is very high. the tool to check the top 8. I don't know, just nice things. Okay, how can I do this better? Okay, that looks good enough. Now I'm going to move everything together. So I have an idea for a new overlay, which I need to work on. But so maybe we can, like, I can do a stream where I do the overlays on stream. That would be nice if anybody wants to learn. So I'm very noob, but I just Google like Photoshop stuff or. Hmm. Thank you. Bum, bum. This guy is still playing the match. Oh, the match of the dead. Ay. How I'm checking on the how to say, on demonic tutors who was playing Storm today. Is he still in the tournament? Yeah, he's 1-2. Silvio Otaro. Hmm. Well, I'm afraid of this guy, Bullwinkle. Hopefully he's on the X1 bracket and we're not gonna face him. But yeah, let's see what we face here. So after this little change, it should tell them time for the next league and so on, so on. So yeah. Oh, there's the problem. Yeah. So the round. Okay, so I need to rearrange it. So the round and the begin scene is okay. So current round and begin scene is the same on the same spot. Okay. This is the problem I was thinking about. So this should not be on top of the round number. Because the round number just went down? Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is rename. This is round. I need to fix this later. Yeah, forget about the bottom thing. I need to fix it later. I'm not gonna fix it now. Fix it afterwards. All right. So let's go. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. Game is on. This hand, I need to think. Could be a keep. Okay, so let's evaluate the hand. We have land. We have Sigiri Step, which is pretty bad. Once upon a time can fix it for us, but I don't know. Sigiri Step on the opener, it's pretty bad. Like pretty bad. But I guess we can keep it. Let's see. Oh, last seen 15 days ago. Oops, all spells. Oof. I told you, combo wombo on the challenge today. So let's see. Mm-hmm. Yes. We have the endurances, but as of late, Oops All Spells they have made the next step, and I think because they have been consistently losing for a lot of endurance on the blind, um, they are now playing white leyline. So uh, with white leyline, we have literally zero interaction. You can't even bog them with white leyline. So yeah. Yeah, let me check about sideboard guys of on Newton. What? Yeah, I want to check about. I want to see what he usually does with Force of Vigor regarding oops. He's not bringing them, but maybe. Okay, so my logic is: imagine you have the card that beats them, right? So you have like the endurance, or you have the bug, or you have whatever it is, and you can't use it because they have the ley line. So if you have the if you have the Force of Vigor, then you are unlocked. But Mox and Pedal, they don't play Mox. It's Oops All Spells. They play Pedal, but the turn they play they usually crack it, or they can float the mana. Chromox, I don't think they play Chromox. Ah, yeah, they do. So I just hope my dudes are not playing against each other. Oh, nice. Okay, so we dodged the bullet there. and it could be and they could be tempted to play Petal even without the combo because you have this card. I mean, I don't, but they don't know that. Okay, so opponent just goes for it. I know. Ah, yeah. Oh, we get to play Magic. All right. All right. So we have a few outs. Uh, being so okay. So we need to hit endurance of the Once Upon a Time here, which is possible. Yeah, missed for a little bit. Hmm. I guess it just makes no sense, right? They just crack it, break it, and that's it. Want to buy Wasteland? What playing around? So many things. Oh no. I don't want to reveal the version I'm playing. Is it too soon to concede? I think, yeah, I think I concede. I don't want them to see my hand. All right. All right. Endurance. Playline. Grist is an out. Sujiri steps an out. Archon. Archon can stay if he wants. Can remove some number of visionaries. Now the question is, Deafening Silence, Force of Vigor. So this, okay, Deafening Silence doesn't stop mana abilities. So Deafening Silence, I think it's not good. I think I prefer the forces here. And I take out like, what? So some people might not agree on this. I don't know what to take out. Archon can't name creature. It's green. It goes against the lore. Yeah, I agree. Carterhoof is an easy out, I guess. Oh yeah, I know what's an out. I know what's an out. The freaking glimpses. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so basically here, if we hit Leyline, we are all right. Okay, we don't hit Leyline, we don't hit Endurance, Mulligan. Oh my god, the deck is trolling again. Okay, oh, that hand is so good. 3 cards to the bottom. Bujuka, natural. I'm even tempted to. Yeah. Oh, they don't have Leyline. They don't have Leyline. Okay, they could have though Force of Vigor, or they could have the green card that breaks everything for free. Oh yeah. Yeah, they have the Leyline. Woof! We dodged a bullet there. We dodged a bullet. Okay, so Force of Vigors are a good inclusion. Okay, they need to find their Force of Vigor, I guess. Okay, so they want to play a creature game. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, endurance is off, but maybe we can top deck the. Maybe we can top deck the Force of Vigor here. Let's see. So I'm going to try to keep at least one green card at hand at all times. Okay, in case we top deck the Force. Now we can hardcast, so it's okay. Okay, mistake. I should have kept one behind so I could grow the reclaimers faster. That's a mistake. And a good one too. Do I want to just play endurance or no? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not used to play this deck against a competitive player because usually on leagues, the people who play this deck, they just they see Leyline and just go to the next game, right? So I think we played Endurance so we can get to 6 mana and just Dino Bash. Yeah, you're right. Sure. Trigger, no targets. Did we take out the hoof? No, we didn't. Okay. So I guess we boarded correctly. I hate people who do this. I do it myself sometimes. But this is screaming like tilt. Let's go. We need to hit at turn 1. If we hit a ley line on the opener on the opening 7 for the endurance. I mean, endurance is no longer a. What would you have played off of natural order? Hoof for the win. Opponents keeping 7. We don't. We keep. Wow, so lucky. Okay, this is luck. We are being very lucky with the hands. So we have another ley line. We are only playing 2 ley lines, but it's paying off so much. All right. So we just repeat the process, I guess. Set up a clock. Yeah, that means our endurance is online. So they might have kept a hand that is able to remove the ley line. So maybe they are waiting to have all the combo or the perfect combo in hand, and then blow the ley line and go for it. So I want to keep. Oh wow. Yeah, I want to keep the hand as interactive as possible all the time. Not gonna throw it. I can attack for 1/1 with 1/1s for a while. I'm okay. Okay, so they play their dude, which is somehow. I don't think I'm going to play the endurance. I'm going to wait to get 4 mana and just finish them with. I don't want to throw the game. Pedal. Narco? Sure. Want to play Magic? Actual normal Magic. All right. Archon for sorcery should do it right. Yeah, but if we natural order, we just plain kill them, I guess. Right? I mean, okay. So I can order now. Dread Return is sorcery. I don't know if those lists. I need to Google that. I don't know if usually the oops blah 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 the Oops All Spells decks play play any bounce spell, which I guess it's reasonable for them to do. Yeah, give me a second, guys. I need to be sure of that. Yeah, they don't. They don't. Anyway, let me do the math. So if I get a hoof now, yeah, it's not lethal. But what life do we put them on? It's sorcery. Yeah, right. Yeah, I guess makes no sense to rush it. Yes. Yeah. I mean, they could have some bouncer. It's not unreal. The problem is they don't have blue, or they could have trophies. Yeah, they could have trophy maybe. Running green and black, they could have trophy to remove opposing ley lines. Okay, they go for the creature plan, which is interesting. When Balustrade Spy enters the battlefield, it reveals the card of the top of the river. They reveal a land card and puts the card into the graveyard. And they target me? Okay. First card, land. Yeah, that was funny. I'm sorry. That was funny. I'm sorry. That was funny. So it tramples. So it's a 4-turn clock, I guess. Yeah, yeah, of course. And we can even hardcast Force of Vigor now, or we can hardcast everything. We are in an extremely good position. Dun, dun, dun. Mm, Okay, that looks like a Force of Vigor. Oh no, another dude. Okay, okay. So now they have 5 power, 5 blocking power actually, and they target us again. Let me change the music. Uh, yeah, they can block once. Ah, they're gonna activate. Where are they adding mana? Okay. But they're going to die. They're not blocking. It tramples. No? You want to mill us? I don't know. Maybe there's some. Maybe they have some reanimation spell, something that I'm not aware of, something special, unique to their deck. Can I ask you a question? Yes. Yeah. I just warned them they are on stream, so we avoid any. I don't know. Bad manners. Whatever. I'm uploading this anyway, so if they want to, how to say, I don't know. I if I was them, I prefer to if I am given a heads up, right? I played out the Narco so I could beat Endurance. Once I used Pack to get Foundation Breaker, but the Archon messed up me. Good luck with the rest of the way. Thank you. Okay, so they just wanted to know. Thank you. Okay. So let me update. Okay, updated. Excellent run. The best I have ever had. I would have hardcast FOB. Targeting their petal. After drawing second one. Yes, because of Oracle. Okay, don't tell me. I'm trying to think about. For the blue mana. You would lose. Thank you for the follow, Faulted Form. You saw the follow thing? Oh, I never see it. Okay, so who are we going to play against? Martin Dominguez. Oh, you lost to Javi Newton. Thank you for the follow. What's Martin on Newton? Is he on Delver again? Yeah. Javier is. Martin Dominguez. No, Javier. Sorry. I was thinking on Talai. Yeah. Green white depth player. All right. So most likely I will play against who? HJ Kaiser, who I don't know what he's playing, or Jama Killer, or Martin. I hope I dodge the green white depths, to be honest. But you would be happy to know. Check this out. You'd be happy. I beat Delver 3 rounds in a row today. Oh my god! And people were on chat like, "What are you? What Delver 3 times?" And I was just, guys, I'm happy to play against Delver. I like the matchup. And Aaron York, what is York? Oh, York lost. Yeah. I prefer variety. Yeah, I can see how you prefer variety from a viewer standpoint. But for example, okay, let me tell you decks that I've seen this past week on leaks that I've done terribly. This Loam deck, 5-color deck that Arcan is playing, that is a very with Dark Faden. That's a nightmare to play against, like a real nightmare. Then there's also this Jorion-Bant deck with 80 cards, where 70 cards are counter spells and the rest are lands. That deck is just too much. And then I also don't like to play Jeskai variants. Jeskai variants, I don't know, maybe I don't play good enough. But Jeskai variants, especially the ones with what is this card? Thopter Foundry? No. Joder, tío. Retrofitter. This card, I hate it. So if you don't deal with it soon enough, yes, Retrofitter Foundry. If the game goes to turn 5 or 6, that card gets out of hand. And in my experience, at least. That's why I added the third Force of Vigor. I was just afraid. I don't like to play against those cards. And also, it's an interesting topic, actually. I was talking with Togores the past week about how, for example, the metagame in Modern, like players are more dynamic. Maybe because Legacy is like a pet deck format. So in Modern, people just, opponents are playing Saga. Okay, we play Spreading Seas. Opponents are playing Hammer is getting very, very popular. We play a Braid and Force of Vigor. Or, in Legacy, people are like, it's like the decks are more like set in stone, and people are so my personal opinion on the topic is people will rather ask for a ban than try to adapt their decks. That's the big picture. But I understand. So I agree that Ravagan is maybe too much, but people would rather cry on Twitter for a ban rather than test 10 cards to modify their deck. That's and I can tell you this. I play Legacy, I don't know, 15 years, something, 13 years with some breaks, of course, with some breaks. But I remember on the Death Rate era, I remember on the Hitaxian Probe, I remember, I don't know. So, yeah. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a little break so I am more relaxed for the next round. We have, you can see, here. You can see all the round information in the bottom. So it's the round number, match in progress, and round time. So usually, if all the matches are active, maximum round time it's 55 minutes, since you have the 50, 25, 25 for each player, and then 2.5 minutes for each sideboarding stage. So I'm going to mute and take a break. See you in 10 to 20 minutes. If you write me on chat, I will be around. I'm just going to mute and take off my headset. Yes, yes, yes. Actually, I have a playlist, a rock playlist. Yeah, we can swap it for a while. Okay, guys, come back from your AFK mode. Round 5. It's starting in 1:20. 1 minute 20 seconds. So let's turn down the music. Go for the piano. Go for the piano playlist. We want to be chill because I was getting a little bit nervous at the end of last game. Oh, it disappeared. No lyrics. No lyrics. Okay, a little change of mood. Maybe it's too much. All right. So yeah, let's go. Yeah. So you see the counter down there. It's bugged. I need to fix it because so when you're waiting for the round, you have round time, round number, and like 3 inputs, right? So you have let me tell you just enough properly. Round timer, current round, and matches in play. Number of matches in play. So when the last match is off, another new timer begins, and all the positions move up. So it's a little bit of annoying to put on the correct place for overlay. So yeah, I will take care of that later. Let's go to match number 5, to round 5 rather, and we are playing against Yama Killer. What's he play? Oh, dude, I don't remember. I've played against him during leagues like multiple times. I believe it's like maybe it's a Curse deck. I don't know. Okay, this hand. Um, I believe it's functional. We have once upon a time. Yeah, we don't want to meta game our opponent. I mean, he could be on anything for the next game. Oh, nice, Chalice pass. Chalice rather Ancient Tomb pass. That's rather nice. All right, so keeping consistent with the Newton lessons. Fetch first, once upon a time second. Which I tell you, I've noticed the difference it makes. So do it. You're playing elves and you're running once upon a time in your deck. You should be doing it. By the way, let me check something. Okay, I still can't hear some. Yeah, something is bugged around there. It's alright. Okay. Double Ancient Tomb into Karn. Oof. Alright, so what you get? Ballista. Mycosynth Lattice. Full piano is too much for me. So I guess opponent is deciding what to get. We will know the exact version opponent's playing now. funny enough, I guess the MVP on this matchup is this one, the Ufi. At least they are taking 4 damage per turn. Yeah, let's see if they don't win the game on the spot. After this, liquid metal coating. All right, so they want to waste us, I guess. Sure. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, so best line here. Let me think. So this turn is free. I don't think they're running any interaction for game 1. So we could play Rangers with Rangers and Shepherd cast the Glimpse, and we will have 2 more mana to play the second Shepherd, the Symbiote, and start doing stuff. hopefully we could. It is a possibility where we could draw the crop rotation and then aim for a second cradle, and then from there we could cast natural order. So this is like off the top of my head, like the best line possible. Blah 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 blah. But I think that's how you should play, really. Yeah. So we play this first. Yeah, the f6. All right. So that's good. We do this. We do this. We do this. So I want crop rotation here. Or another cradle, because this cradle is gone. It's so gone. Okay, no, don't make the mistake. So I need to bounce the shepherd here. And I think I'm going to play Reclaimer, so we have fetch effect next turn. Okay. Opponent start to destroy our permanents, I guess. Urborg? Okay, this must be the Curse Stompy deck with Urborg. I don't think this is 8 cast or the other version. Yeah. Bye bye, Cradle. Sad face. So if they cast the Curse now. Oh, right. Alright. So, and we get to choose which one? Sure. Yep. Okay, that's good. That's actually good. So is there a way here to get us to format? So I guess the safe line would be, I guess, to play land pass, and then in response we can either yeah, I think that's the best thing. But they wanna do it main. They do it main phase on our main. Oh, dude, I don't know. It's really hard. Yeah, I think we play land pass from here. We can get in for one on Karn. Oh wait, is there? We can kill Karn. Yeah, I think we kill Karn. I think we kill Karn. Okay. So liquid metal coating is off the table. Um, um, yeah, I lost the damage. Okay. Let's see what they do. We always have the option. I prefer to untap like that, to give them the turn like that. So actually now we can protect ourselves with Steppe if they have another the other removal, the 6 mana removal that the cost goes down. Or yeah, that's what I was expecting. Now, is that relevant? No. No, it's not relevant. So the question is, once upon a time, try to hit Cradle EOT, or just use the symbiote now, return the Quirion, untap the Reclaimer, and get the actual Cradle? I think it's like makes more sense to do it. Okay, makes sense. But we have the we have the Shepherd in hand, right? So we get that. And now, oh, that's nice. Yield. Mhm. Okay, I think we are good. All right. So yeah, they need to do something really relevant now. All right. We can hope what we can hope. What we can hope for. Uh, so I guess Progenitus is a name because they're running Plague Engineer for sure. Endurance is no. Force of Vigor, it's MVP. And maybe makes some sense to take the plows. Makes some sense to take the plows. Let's check the outs first. So strategic step is okay, but Yukabog it's out. Archon, oof. Archon on enchantment, it's got been strong. Endurance is an out. So the reason for so I want Progenitus because if they clean my board like of a Plague Engineer, we can stand up again, right? So because you just get Cradle Forest, two Dryads, blah 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 blah, you can get Progenitus. So you can go off of not go off, but Natural Order for a strong target of a minimum base. Hoof just seals the deal, and Archon can name artifact or enchantment. I don't know what to take out. I guess the grindy package. So we want speed on this matchup. I guess maybe it's not like we have a ton of cards to bring in, but so this is my outs at the moment. I don't know if the blouse makes sense. The question here is Genitus, yes or no? That's the real question here. It's usually clunky. So I'm going to go for a very conservative sideboard plan. Let's see. We are one game up, so hopefully we can allow ourselves to make some mistakes. Okay, this hand is good. I like this hand against this deck. Sure. Sure. Forest go. Forest pump go. Yeah, pretty chill. Natural order is a nice pick. Okay, so just keeping the taps up. Forest into once upon a time. Symbiote. Actually want the land better. Actually want the land, I think. Yes. I'm gonna take the land. So second once upon a time is gonna be the pitch to FOB. And then ideally we're going to play next turn we play Dryad Shepherd. And next turn, if we are alive, we grab the oh wait, trigger. Okay, anything we do, they can float mana, so I guess it's okay. Or do we want to let them play farther? Yeah, I don't know if I fire it now or what, but I think I'm going to fire it now. The edict? Okay. Sure. Yes. Okay, so now the plans has changed. The plans has changed, and I want to get to 4 mana ASAP. So basically, next turn we get Progenitus. So they need to have double edict to beat this. It's true, we don't. Hmm. Question is now. Yeah, there's no question. It's Archon, right? But Archon on what? Yeah, I should have taken the Progenitus. Damn it. Now I want to name artifact or what? I was thinking about instant because sudden edict, double edict here is pretty hard. I might have thrown that game because of not just for not waiting a single turn. I must. So it's possible that I have thrown that game in that point of time. It's very possible. They can transform, so we don't. Yes. Okay. Oh, I hate that card. I hate the retrofitter fund. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Blake Engineer was expected on this match. Just not. We're still okay-ish with single black. I don't think they can play any of their strong enchantments. So I think here I think we're still favored. But right now the Archon it's a vanilla 5/6. I mean it's not Dex. So all their crazy stuff, they can do anyways. GG's. They conceded. All right. Woof. FOB there, man. Pulling weight. Yeah, maybe opportunity instead of Archon after this game if there's another one. No, we already got it. We got it 2-0. So it was like Curse Stompy. So we have 5-0 and it's wow, that was fast. Okay, so possible opponents are wait, I need to report first. So I don't want to play against that deck. I think it's on Jeskai. Jeskai Saga, yada yada. Yeah, let me report. So I need to. Okay. Okay, so this break it's gonna be long, guys. So I plan to edit the VOD after, so don't worry. On YouTube, it will be just only the game, not all the DLCs. Wait. Hmm. Yeah, we are super lucky today. Just the proper sideboard cards. FOB doing great job. The two ley lines, which I originally thought about them like only a league tool. They literally gave us the match of Oops. Literally, we didn't fire a single endurance there. No, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. It's Legacy and they are a Chalice deck. Yeah, everybody's running ending, but that I don't know. So maybe if they have you answer the Chalice on their turn 2 or 1 or 2, no 2 actually because it needs to be, yeah. So the moment they get the so actually we need to be honest here. I was extremely lucky. That deck is capable of putting the Curse of Misfortunes on you turn 1 of the ritual. So it's a strong deck. Actually, my friend Rodrigo Togores, he piloted to a top 8 finish like some weeks ago, I think. Mono Red Prison is a stronger Chalice deck. Okay, hear me this. I think Legacy is better suited to deal with creature threats, as in Red Stompy, the Warboss, the blah blah blah, the Giant. So just red threats, creature type threats, rather than artifact or enchantment threats. So like it's just what we were talking about last round. People refuse to accept the shifts in plural on the metagame, and because Legacy is a very pet, it's a pet deck format. Like I don't know. So yeah. So for example, do you think I want Force of Vigor on my sideboard rather than having one more plow or more endings, which is a very universal answer. So Prismatic Ending is really good. I was playing for so many weeks with at least very similar to this, but with the Prismatics, because in my mind it was like, dude, Prismatic Ending is it's white. We have also green and black, so we are able to produce 3 colors, even 4 if we have Birchlord. And it gives us so many outs. It answers Chalice, it answers GT, it answers Jace even, if you are able to produce the 4th color. But the fact is, Legacy being such a fast format, in order to exploit all the the wide applications that Prismatic Ending has, you need to stabilize and have a very strong mana, like good mana development. This deck is not especially good on the mana development. It's actually very bad. So Reclaimer improved it a little bit because it's more wisdom proof. So that's why I finally moved out from ending. And so the main reason to include Force of Vigor for me was lands and artifact decks. Not targeting anyone special, but you because of Saga you can see that a lot of, like, the artifact type of card, it increased in density a lot since, I don't know, if you check on the metagame from the last year. So before, the artifacts were more or less like I don't know, equipments and some sideboard cards. Of course, apart from the artifact devoted decks. But now a lot of decks have a Saga package with some tutors, or even Dodges was including Saga with a little Saga package on even Maverick, Green White Depth. So yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. There are a lot of artifacts right now. And enchantments, by the way. I think it's gonna rise even more after Ragavan ban. I don't think so. I don't think so. They're just a powerful strategy. Most of blue-red players will shift to blue-red-white, I think. Remove the monkeys and just change them from for delvers or maybe they move to the monastery versions. I don't know. The use of artifact enchantment. It's possible. It's possible. If you ask me, Saga is a extremely overpowered card. So it's one card that on the top. It's a card that after 2 turns it produces after 2 turns it produces 2 dudes and 1 tutor effect. Of course, you need mana to use it, but what do you mean by development? That it's more deck building to explore in Saga decks. That's what you mean? Thank you, Newton. We got a clean 2-0 against Curse deck. Thanks to the Force of Vigor. It's a super efficient mana sink in early game. Yeah, for example. Yeah, it's. I'm waiting for Hallelujah to list the all frame Force of Vigors. I'm going to grab those. What's real cheap on? Too bad they exist only in foil. Why too bad? I love foil. But I know I will never have foil cradles. I should have bought them like 2 or 3 years ago. But now, what's the price of a cradle? I'm never gonna buy foil cradle. I mean, I don't know. I need to be like a millionaire or something. Bitcoin needs to go to the moon again. I don't know. A ver, Magic Card Market. Cradle. Cuna de Gaia. Vamos a ver, Cuna de Gaia. Gaia's Cradle. Oh my god, look at this. Come on, look at these prices. What the actual. Look at these prices. So, foil cradle on the worst state. On the worst state, foil cradle, it's 1.6. 1.6k. I mean, what? A lot of people, more than half of the population don't make that per month. What are you going to buy? I don't know. And plus, they don't exist in Japanese. So that's something to. That's something. Yeah, it's so expensive. So I had to make a decision on 2019. I was at Bologna at the GP, and I had some money I brought with me to get things, get cards, because on the GPs you can get like really really cool deals, just because of sheer volume, right? Because you are playing, so many people go there. There's highly likely that you're gonna find someone that sells what you need. So I brought some money with me, and I had to decide to get, what was it again? So I could finish my playset of Windswept Heath, or get one foil cradle, and I went with Windswept. So nowadays, money wise, it was a bad decision. But yeah, I mean, having one foil cradle and the rest non-foil, I don't know. And on top of that, I have my cradles altered by Marta Molina. So yeah. Okay, so guys, I guess because today is so combo-ish, uh, um, matches are not taking out of time, so I'm going to take some tweet now and be right back. So worst case scenario, meet you in 20 minutes. Best case scenario, 5 to 10. Be right back. Okay, I'm around here again. Too much is still going on. Oh, going to end so late. um, Let me check some things around here. Bam, bam, bam. Let me change something. 1 second. Hey. All right. I was changing my headset for another one. Just not regular earbuds. So much time with these things on me. It's tiring. Let me answer to these guys. Hmm. Let me find something here. By the way, today with let me check on the link tree. With 79 players, it's seven rounds, correct? 79, 7 rounds according to Wither's page. And then if you go to my link tree and go into the top 8 calculator, you make this rounds. 7 then? I see. Okay. So actually, if my math is not off, maybe 2 or 3 people can enter X2 because it's impossible by now. Right now, it's impossible to that. I don't know. Excuse me. It is. It's Talai and Nightmare Squad. Yeah, I guess we need to chill out. So today, I'm gonna spoil you something, guys. I want this. Maybe I tried one game and then I never touch it again. But I want to try to build a Jorion deck with elves that can bring in together the Reclaimer and the Nettle build. So I was like testing with a list, testing. I it's a like deck building on the air, right? Because I didn't even test the sample hands, nothing. So I was asking for advice. So for anybody who has played before with 80 cards decks like Jorion, but I wanted like a mid-range approach because I guess control. If you are playing control, you don't mind extra lands. You want to make all your land drop. So I came out. I first thing I tried was this. Let me So I don't know. I think it looks nice. The sideboard is a complete guess, right? But things I like is the one of Final of Devastation, like a kill condition. Then having access to all the silver bullets on the main. I guess it's good because, I mean, because so many tutor effects, we are running a lot of tutor effects. So the fact that running a few bullets, silver bullets on the main deck, they the chance that you draw them on a bad position is slimmer. But I don't think the 3 offs are okay. So I think that I need to test some games on the testing testing site on the MTGO and try. But I missed some cards, so I will do it on the Eternal with the Eternal Weekend God account. Okay, single match. So they finish their match and we go play. Yeah. So hopefully this match can end at any moment, and then we have 2 more minutes of white time, downtime, and then after that, uh, all right. So the match is finished. I should fix this. It's bugging me. Hmm. Round, round info. So round timer. Where is it? Round timer is okay. Current round. Yeah, that's it. I need to delete something. I think current round. Maybe I think we can. I can delete that. Okay, so we get into the game in 1 minute. This is too chill. Mm. Yeah, a morning playlist. Mm. Oh, we are on the play too. Okay, Sijiri step trolling. The good thing, this hand was a mulligan anyways. So it's okay. Eh, yeah, we need to mold this. Hmm. Eh, it's bad, but molding is not good. Okay, so let's keep up the good habits here. So what do we want actually? Here I think we want like if I could have anything, I think I'd have like Visionary. But my friend Reclaimer is also good, yeah. And we're gonna play the Reclaimer actually. They force it. They force pitch iteration. Okay. Sure. So, oof, CG step so bad. Yeah, I think I'm going to sandbag it until it matters. It's really bad. And maybe it can help us to get in the last few points of damage, like during reanimator on testing. But I don't know. Okay. Yeah, we are not favored at the moment. I think that force on the reclaimer was big. Should have led with Shepherd. Yeah, that was a punt. Plow the symbiote. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Check that turn two. Huh? Check that turn two. Delirium plow hit for 3. Nice turn. Awesome sequencing. Very good. Okay, so let's draw something good here, please. That's not good. All right, let's just play the step. I guess got shot. So we have a lot of live top decks, but yeah, really that initial force on the reclaimer was big because so right now we would have access to Bog to control their channelers. What's our best draw now? I wish I know. Okay, let me think. I would say endurance. Super greedy, but I would say endurance. So if we, yeah, endurance, definitely endurance, because we are already now welcome to Murktide Village. So most likely next turn or the following, yeah. This deck is so different when you have our Reclaimer untapped, and that's gonna be a plow on the Shepherd, yeah. So the cleaner board, basically, it still is our top draw endurance here. Mr. Poopy Butthole, thank you for the follow. If you don't know who Mr. Puppy Butthole is, go check Rick and Morty, please. Thank you for the follow. Okay, land is not what we need. It's okay though. They are not on a super amazing clock either, so we can chill. Get in for 3 and cast Murktide. It's like book, like a book. Take it out. Murktide. Add 2 blue, and then it would say your opponent is paying cost. And then the blue dragon appears. Yeah. Yeah, okay. It's okay. So I'm gonna fetch for Bayou. I'm gonna fetch for Bayou? Okay, let me think. Greece we have 1 off. But Natural Order and Saint we have more. Yeah, I'm gonna fetch for Arbor. It's more mana. Top deck. Nope. And next turn they hit for 11. GG. Yeah, so that when I say this version is so harder, too much harder to play, that little mistake of leading with Reclaimer instead of Shepherd. I mean, no, they didn't have. Okay, they had double plow, so maybe. But if we ever untapped with Reclaimer, we would have the Sigiri step ready on our library to fetch it. So yeah. Okay, so I guess we treat this as a usual Delver shell. Up, up, up. Oof is out. Yeah, and the rest just is okay. All right. Okay. Punished for running Steppe on the deck. If this would be a land, regular land, like a green source, this hand would be amazing. Like amazing. So, but now it's a mulligan. Okay. This is. Huh. Do we send? Do we? Are we actually gonna send down an endurance? I think we are. I think we are. Could they have Saga? Yes, the Jeskai variants. It's everything and anything, really. So here, basically, we want to distract them until turn 3 when we can deploy Endurance. And whatever goodies we draw on the way, it's good for us. Okay, maybe I should have led with Heritage there. That's a mistake. Punt 2. Punted twice. Land is good. But I guess doesn't matter. So I think I said it at the beginning of the stream. I really don't like playing against these decks because they are so removal dense. They have like the bolts, the gas shots, the prismatic endings, the plows, the blah 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 blah. They have everything. So yeah. Okay. Ponder, sure, okay. That's pretty acceptable, I'd say. So far we have been punished for misplaying that. Okay. Oh, nice. So I will not make the mistake I made some other leagues. I will not play the endurance in 2 days. I don't know if they run it, but I don't. I will play around it. Single turn, no pressure. It's okay. Plus the Oof. Okay, do I use the arbor now? Joder. Option 1, let it resolve and play Endurance next turn with 3 mana. The same we are playing in 2 days. So I'd rather do it now. Okay, I guess if they had days, maybe they had already used it, I hope, or it resolved. Nice. So yeah, if we had correctly sequenced, this would be a shepherd and this would be uncounterable. So you know, I am an ass. You should have waited that phase change to eat more cards off the graveyard. You have waited. No, I shouldn't, because I couldn't have taken the mana off the arbor then. Yes. Okay, so Mr. Puppy Butthole says, shouldn't you let him put something in the Yerga first with the DRC trigger? And yes, that's correct. But the other thing about changing phase, that's not correct, I guess. Okay. All right. So first state, you can float, right? But if they see me floating, they're going to wait. They're going to go to second main. But okay. So you say sorry. Excuse me. You say before giving the priority back, yes. So during the main phase before going to combat, yes. Okay. So I double punted there. Yeah, don't mind me, guys. I'm a little nervous. Excuse me. Excuse me if you don't see my best place. Okay, so this looks like it's improving a little bit. Okay, so we keep this up. We keep this. And we go get our number 1 dude. Okay, so at the moment we have Morktide Insurance, as in Plow and Bog. So yeah, Reclaimer is S tier. So basically, if they have 5. What I'm? Oh my god, Jace? Sure. I'm just getting into Legacy now, so I just wanted to double check if there was another reason or something. No, you are absolutely right. Okay, so wow, they bounce the Endurance. Sure. They give me another trigger? Doesn't seem correct. Actually, I'm not going to play it. Why should I play it now? No, literally no need, and now I can protect my lands. Okay, so if they have foe, so be it. I can now the bog is up, so now I can bog them. And this, should I take out Jace too? I can't take it out. I can plow and then attack. 3 cards in hand. I can return it. No, I'm going to pass. Yes, but I'm going to pass. We can protect ourselves from a Jace bounce with the board like this. We can protect the Savannah. Okay. So, okay, you can take notes. For the moment, for the time being, they took a free brainstorm. Okay. So we saw there they initially tapped Tundra and then they tapped Volcanic. That tells me they have either Plow or Ending here, which is interesting. We are protected from those effects. Okay. So the most dangerous thing at the moment, I think, is the Wasteland. So now the way they sequence their stuff now, it's very relevant. So okay, it looks to me like they want to make a Murktide now, like this turn, doesn't it? It definitely looks like that. Should I bog now, like right now, with this on the stack? Problem is if I bog, I lose the white. Yeah, the problem is if I bog, if I give them priority now, then I don't have a chance to bog because the delve it's a cost, right? I'm gonna do it. Okay, so the bog is dead. They play second channeler. How many cards are they playing this turn? It's unbelievable. So most likely that's the Murktide. That single card in the hand. Or a Plow. Murktide or Plow. Lol, we get the turn back? Wow. That I didn't expect. That I didn't expect. So single card in hand. I think with that on the stack, we Endurance. So they don't see 2 extra cards for full pitch. Yes. Yes. White source. Very good. Very good. And we can start to bash. Sure. They plow the symbiote. Why they plow the symbiote? I'm trying to understand. Okay. You have 2 removals, maybe. Ah, okay. No. It's because they put instant. Okay, so they allow this to happen because they're gonna put two card types on the yard. So they wanna put creature and instant. So now and after the 5 wasteland, they have land. So they basically only need sorcery to get delirium again. Which there is sorcery. Okay, so they have delirium basically at the moment they want. They have delirium now. We need to take this into account. Oh look, Bolly into the graveyard, dude. What the hell? So, interesting stuff is we could bait them to block because now they have to bounce and again in order to not to lose DRC. Yeah, exactly. They need to bounce the DRC or not trigger the Delirium. So they basically they can't use the Wasteland. If they use the Wasteland, Delirium gets activated. Okay, they want to. Okay, so they want to hit with Delirium. So this is the second time they bounce it to our hand. Sure. Give it to me. Now they're gonna play the Murktide. Perfect. And now we're going to wait. I know how we're gonna do it. Okay, so we're gonna do it like this. We are going to play Endurance first. Oof, Reclaimer, so sexy. No, I'm going to play. Wait, I'm going to play the Endurance first. If they want to force it, over the force, I plow the Murktide. Make sense? Sure. So they know we have plow or what? What? So they let this is very weird. They let resolve Endurance 2 times. Vamos, no me jodas. No, they don't have days. They had the force all the time just for the plow, for that plow that was in our hand. Now we lost, I think. But to me it doesn't make sense to force the first Endurance, to not force the Endurance there. And now they have plow too. It's a 6-6. We can draw another plow, but the odds are not great really. We are only running 3 plows. Yeah, GG. Me update. We are 5-1. And this was okay. How many matches are okay, guys? So I'm going to take a break for 20 minutes. Be right back until the next round. Okay, guys, round 6 it's over, and after our loss to Jeskai, let's go play the last round. Hopefully, we get into the top 8, and hopefully, I'm not paired with Newton, or hopefully, yes, maybe. I don't know. Let's see what we are up against and try to get into the top 8. Okay, let's go. Round is up. Round is up, and we're playing against Gernardi. We are on the play. Nice. Okay, let's see. Once Upon a Time can do some work here, but I think this hand is weak. Well, we would still have a dead card in hand and only one land. I'm gonna mull it. Okay, that's better. So even we can send back. We can send down the steppe, I guess. Yeah, done. All right, here. So we don't know what we are playing against, but I think we will need the black. So I'm going to try to make a fast quiz. Does it make sense? So basically, turn 1 accelerate, turn 2 I can play maybe the shepherd, and turn 3 can play Grist through shepherd, so it's uncounterable. Let's see. Let's see. I have no idea what they're playing. Verdant, interesting. Verdant pass. Wow. Okay, that's definitely something there. So yeah, we're gonna play shepherd. Verdant. What deck plays Verdant pass? Few decks, I guess. Maybe it's some reanimator. I don't know. Usually black fetches are. Oh, Doomsday maybe. Underground Sea. King to Thorak. Wow. Maybe it's book. Okay. Okay, these matches are usually nice. It's good. So it's good that we we played almost all our cards here. Okay, so yeah, that's a pity that we lost that. So what's the next best thing to get here? Plague Engineer. Oh, I assure you, they are running Plague Engineer. That's not a question. I think we pass. I think we pass. Main deck. If they're running these colors and it's a mid-range deck, they're running one at least. Like at least. Okay, so we're getting for 2 here, hoping to rotate for Cradle since the only black card in our deck is Grest. That's what the bio is there for. And hopefully we can green some for something better. Sudden Edict. The Sudden Edict us. Sure. I'm gonna give them an Arbor, I guess. Okay, that's pretty acceptable. Sudden Edict into Thorak. Wasteland. Huh. Okay. Then I think we don't rotate. Yeah. No reason to do it. Exile is useless here. Wasteland, Double Underground Siege into Thorax Sudden Edit. What deck is this? I can't identify it. Battle Push. Yeah. Not today. Oh, they get the Arbor on the stack for some reason. Okay. Reclaimer survives to fight one more day. So we are off green sources. We need to top deck. Sure. Nice top deck. Okay, so I want to turn this into an Arbor, I think. Yeah. I think it's gonna be another Reclaimer or a Visionary if we are allowed to get the Cradle. Let's see what happens. Tropical. Okay, so it's Bug. Bug, whatever. Yeah, these matches are usually are nice to see. Jace, all right. Jace bounce the Reclaimer, I guess. It's Jace bounce the Reclaimer or either a very expensive Brainstorm. I guess. Let's see. Yeah, I guess it's a tough decision. They bounce. They bounce, but the Jace is still dead. Oh no, the Arbor. It's true. We used both. It's okay. Okay. A ver. Seems to me like they could have force. Looking for the plague. They didn't use the brainstorm on the Jace. A ver. All right. It's a tough call. It's a tough call, no doubt. Sí, he tenido que usarla para. Sorry for Spanish, guys. He tenido que usarla para defenderme de un push ahí, Rodri. Me han pusheado el Reclaimer y la he usado para defenderme. Si no ese Reclaimer estaría muerto, tío. Okay, so now the decision is get a symbiote. So long term or short term? I think I'm gonna go for the short term, I guess. No Kyrion on the deck. So, okay. The fact that they don't instantly slam the Plague Engineer gives me hope, but they still have 4 cards in hand, so that's a lot. That's a lot. To be honest, that's okay, I guess. Our hand was not super exciting. So now the problem is if they deploy something to defend the J, which I guess I hope it's not okay. Okay, it's Leopoldus, sure. Which is gonna be on the blocking job, I guess. Yeah. Let's take down the Jays. They block, wow. Okay. I didn't want to attack with all the elves because like the critical mass here is so important. Sí, no quiero perder ni un bicho, tío. Me lleva mucha ventaja de cartas ya con los Hims. You would have attacked with all the 3 elves, Rodri? You have attacked with all the 3? Tarmogoyf? Throwback to... Nice! It's in all graveyards. Okay, so but Yuka Bogin them is not enough. So we have Planeswalker, Sorcery. Okay, we don't have instant, so that's okay. We have Planeswalker, Sorcery, Land, Creature, and what? And they have instant too. Yeah, oof. I guess we need to bog them in combat. So if we ever untap with Cradle, we can Dino Bash with the 7/7s. Let's see what we top deck. That's actually a problem since we put instant on our yard. That's actually not exciting. I think it's in addition, so it's also a planeswalker. It's a additive property. It's planeswalker and also an insect. Both things. One, two, three, four. No, we can do double activation. That face. That way. Okay, they pump case, draw 3. Ponder. Yeah, I guess they are looking for the Plague Engineer, right? Hashtag bring Tarmogoyf back. It's a good card. That's an abrupt decay on who? Who are you abrupt decay? Witherbloom Command. Huh. Vale. We can float 1 mana. And what? And we rotate. Bad thing is I can't fire now the Once Upon a Time. So that turns all the older. Oh, nice bait. Nice bait, yeah. Wow, how many Wastelands have they played? Because they discarded so many cards through the hymns. That's why. Sure. Let's see. Let's see if we can finally get that that cradle. So I think our top decks are stronger cards than theirs because we can top deck like Natural Order or some things like that. But Jace, having Jace on the board so many turns is so bad. Second Witherbloom command. Wow. And they're gonna pick up the wasteland, right? No, you are not picking up the wasteland, my friend. No more wastelands for you. Okay. Uro, oh my god. Yeah, they're sequencing everything perfectly. Yeah. So usually Reclaimer can keep Uro in check thanks to the bog, right? But they just played after the bog. That's awesome sequencing from them. Pero que no es ninguna trampa, Rodri. Si le dejo que se resuelva, me quita otra tierra más con la Wasteland. Se estaba recuperando la Wasteland con el Command. No, no me jodas. Pues nada, tío. No tiene target bueno. Una cuna no te parece un buen target para un Erial. No sé. Yo creo que está bien hecho, vamos. Además, yo que sé que juega Uro, ¿sabes? Es la del Game 1. Ay. We have enough life. Que sí, Rodri, pero no me digas que evitarle una recursión de Wasteland es mal. Es caer en la trampa. O sea, quiero decir, no sé. No pienso que sea que he caído en la trampa. La verdad. Pero bueno, que sí, que voy a ayudar el puto chat, ¿sabes? En fin. A ver si puedo remontar esto, tío. Okay, guys, I need to focus a little bit. We are 3 minutes behind on the clock. Okay, they play by you. Play the second threat. Yeah, I think we are dead here. Four five. How much damage is it next turn? It's 14 damage. 14 damage. Yeah, we need to make a guy. We need that once upon a time hits a 1-mana elf or a symbiote. So if we manage to hit a 1-mana elf, we can jump block and maybe next turn attempt to make a hoof. That's the only line I see. So this needs to hit a 1-mana elf. Okay, that's the best 1-mana elf we have. So now we play this and pass the turn. Okay. So okay, wait. They can bounce. Can they bounce? Yeah, they can bounce. Oof, jeez. Yeah, bounce plus jump block loses the game for us. Or push. Okay, that's it. That's game. What? So they didn't have anything to get? Lol. Okay. Double block it is. 5/6, 5/6. Trophy. Sure. Boo, we are so dead. And they didn't even use the Jays, so we could be dead, no? I mean, we can natural order, but... Okay, so we can get in for 5, 7, 12 damage. It's it. If it was Progenitus, it would be something else. But okay. Okay, game 2. Collector Roof is bad. Archon is bad. Druids are bad. Crop bad. The ground counter magic. So I need to make one more slot, I guess. 2 more slots. So they're playing him to Torak. What is bad against him to Torak here? So we want this. We want this. And we want the plows. 2 cats. 2 more cats. I can cut 1 endurance maybe and 1 visionary, but visionary is so good. I don't know. I prefer an endurance over a visionary, I think. Yeah, let's go like this. Okay, on the play. That's a snap keep. Looks good. So plan here with this hand. Plan A is fast natural order into Progenitus or kill if we have the board needed. Plan B, symbiote plus visionary. Plan B it is. Holy much. Alright. Yeah, so knowing that they are running a wasteland, I think I'm not going to reveal the cradle until the turn we use it. It's like it's like a very usual rule of thumb when you are running when your opponent's running wasteland, you should use a cradle like a sorcery card. So that's a him to Torak most likely, and it's gonna destroy us. Oof. Okay, so there's an argument. There's an argument here to return the shepherd. Yeah, I'm going to return the shepherd. Yeah, we lost the 2 best cards. Wow. Unlucky. Top deck Progenitus. Of course. Okay. Him again. Okay, Progenitus solved. That was funny. That was funny. Yeah, the card advantage. Need to hit lands here. Lands. So ideally, let's see. Ideally, we hit a land, play Shepherd, Green Sun for. Okay, never mind. Green Sun for a Druid. But yeah, the dream is slowly fading, guys. 3 him to Thorax. What's this? Yeah. So let's play this. And Green Sun for 1 or 0 rather, and try to get 1 land. Try to get Hoof. Sorry, Progenitus. But 3 hymns to Thorax are brutal, guys. We discarded. We lost. Okay, we lost 6 cards, but one of them was Progenitus and it got reshuffled. But minus 6 cards is tough. Okay, they waste the Dryad. Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. So if they didn't have the Wasteland, we would already be natural ordering for Progenitus. Let's see if we are lucky. 1 card in hand. Okay, so we need land, cradle. Come on, land or cradle. Don't get it. Okay. So at least we stop their clock, I guess. Jace? No, counterbalance. Okay. Counterbalance. And they are hellbent. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna just take this one to save some mana. Okay, nice. Brainstorm. Sure. Aye. So they don't trample. We can make dudes. Hmm. Hmm. A ver, tío. Está mal la partida, la verdad, y el tiempo. Me he puesto a hablar contigo y mira, voy 9 minutos. 5 por detrás, macho. Estoy todo nervioso, la verdad. Okay, so they're gonna attack the Grist with both. Token's gonna eat one and Shepherd's gonna eat the other. So you get you You get you. Please don't have him to Torak the fourth copy. Please, opponent. Please don't have him to Torak. Okay. Okay. We're alive. 3 mana. Oof. +1. +1. Okay, so let's relax because this is looking good again, I think. So +1, go get Shepherd. Okay, so they are just revealing their top, which is smart. We're gonna get... Now, question here is, do we get straight mana? Do we get straight mana? Or to hit for the win? But they're gonna remove something. They drawn a trophy. And next turn we're going to lose a token. Okay, what we get? Yeah, is Birchlore or Reclaimer? But which one? This is the problem. Yes, but doesn't make mana. So Reclaimer, in order to get the Cradle, we need 2 turns, and we might not have 2 turns. So depending how they divide the attacks, I think we let it all through. We will see. This is not lost. This is not a complete loss yet, we will see. Trophy. Nice. Okay, so that's the last card, and they have 7 power. We get the land. No land. What is my forest though? Ah, here it is. Yeah, I want. Okay, so the buzzer phase. We take the 7. It's 7 or no? We take 8. Oof. We take 8. Sure. Okay. Okay, game 3. Woof. That was close. 7 minutes on the clock, huh? Any change? I think... So endurance, it's never gonna be big enough. And I don't think they are interacting with the graveyard so much. I'm going to make -1 +1. Yeah, block bouncing the visionary is big. Very big. Small. Keep. Yeah. That was a tough call. Fetch pass. Sure. I like that. So that looks like the game 1. Fetch pass. Fetch pass. Double fetch into Torak. Sure. So we can expect multiple removals on the first turns. Sí, puede ser. Puede ser. Pasa que tampoco tengo reclaim para pillar la cuna, ¿sabes? Ahora mismo no veo una cuna cerca. La verdad. Brainstorm. Okay. So opponent kept 7. So basically they have something very good there. It's just we don't know what it is. So maybe play. Ya, ese es buen consejo, ¿eh? Ese es buen consejo. Roba lo que puedas antes de que venga Leopoldus. Ese es buen consejo, tú. Buen consejo, la verdad. Maybe play. Yeah. Yeah, play is to be expected. I wanted to play fetch. I wanted to play symbiote fetch pass, but Togores has a point. He said literally draw what you can before Leopold comes. And he has a point, right? So basically, after turn 3, if he hits Leopold, Visionaries and Glimpses are like pseudo dead cards. I think I want. So as long as I can delay firing the Senate, I'm going to wait because, like you just saw, Grist is so powerful on this match. I think I need to get Grist here. Is the card that's gonna win the game if I manage to get it. Should be running 2 probably at some point. Okay, 3 mana. Here comes. Here comes the boom. Please don't get. Okay, I don't want to look. Oh, okay, nice. Okay. Works for me. We have the third land for the Grist. We played this. Get an extra card. Looking good. Okay, that was a misplay. I should have fetched in response to the Visionary trigger to avoid drawing lands. Ay. Mejor bajar la land por si robas la cuna. Y tampoco iba a jugar cuna en esa mesa, ¿no? Bueno, igual sí, ¿eh? No lo sé. Okay. 3 mana. Do we have the Plague Engineer or not? Come on. 1. Let's count to 3. Okay, that's Leopold. Ooh, Mr. Uro. They play Wasteland too. Oof. What? Hello, what? Ya. Sí, está claro. Tiene que intentarlo. Uf. Okay. I think we have it. No, I took them out. I took them out. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3 manas. No, I misplayed that. This should have been uncracked. So I'm just trying to make them think we are going for a mid-range plan. So basically, if they remove 2 creatures, it's no longer lethal. We need 3 creatures, so it's lethal even through Uro. Even through Uro, we don't get there, no? Joder. Okay. So good that I got Reclaimer and not the Bitch Lord. so happy I did that. So happy I did that. They removed all the counter magic for removals, maybe. We didn't see a single force effect in this game. A single ¿cómo se dice? Counter spell. Sure. So we need 2 turns here, I guess. Okay, still we need 2 turns. Or a top deck. Or an amazing top deck. A land would make it too. We don't want to trade here. They are full tap. No surprises. ¿En serio, tío? Trophy. Oh, please, trophy me. Mm-hmm. 6 in. Sí, puede que tenga un Daisy. Oh. No. Tío. Well, it is what it is, guys. We played that. We played the best we could play, and that's a trophy too. Yeah, they had everything. GG's. GG's. Oh, this was a nice match. I liked it. So 5-2. Yeah, it was close. We should kept fetch up the turn they played Uro. Yeah. Yeah, we were 1 mana off for 3 or 4 turns. When I tell you little mistakes cost you the game, it's true. So it was 1-2 versus Bug. What's this? Bug Midrange. Bug Control. No sé cómo. ¿Cómo llamarías esto, Rodri? ¿Bug Control o Bug Midrange? No sé. Guys, what is this? Bug Control or Bug Midrange? Midrange. Okay, everything is updated. Oops, sorry. So now we need to see if we get to the top 8 or not. A ver. 1, 2, 3. Be right back, guys. Okay, looks like we made it to the top 8. And the next match is starting in 1 minute. Oh. Hmm. Okay, let's go. Yeah, we made it top 8. So here, do we trust on Once Upon a Time? I say yes. Hand is good. Tropical Island. Huh. I thought he was on Jeskai. Hmm. What? Sure. Okay, I guess Force of Vigor will be big in this match. So, okay. Trust the heart of the cards. Give me a fetch land. Ah! Okay. So we need to use the old trick. The old trick with endurance. Can we wait one turn though? I don't think we can. So what we're gonna pitch here? I think we can pitch hoof, no? Yeah, I think I pitch hoof. Hey guys, so I never expected to make top 8, so that's it for me. I'm gonna play chill for now. No pressure. All right. Wow. But what are they playing exactly? Okay, so basically all are all. So maybe it was smarter to crop for a forest. I don't know, maybe. But that's 3 cards we need to commit. Well, I'm blown out with this deck. Exploration and then Band? Okay. Saga things. Yeah, we didn't start so good, to be honest. I don't know if I should concede and focus on getting in and getting time for the games 2 and 3. Maybe I should concede now. I don't know. So if I don't top deck land next turn, I think I'll concede. This not even fun to watch. Yeah, 2/5/5. F6 throughout to see more cards. Thank you for the follow and thank you for the advice. Actually, you are right. We are playing against an unknown deck. That yeah, that's the correct mindset, I guess. Yeah, I'm watching now. Oof is good here, but dude, I see. So I have to make the decision only knowing tropical. Nothing basically. I needed 1 mana to move. Yeah, I'm gonna do what he said. F6 through everything. But I guess it's gonna be just one more turn. What's gonna be good here? It's gonna be uh force of vigor. Force of vigor is gonna be huge here, I guess. Yeah. So basically, eh, we lost in 2 minutes, 4 minutes. Okay. Okay. Let's go sideboarding. Tokens, colorless protection is not good here. We saw black. Calling turn exploration. I don't know if I should bring the anti-graveyard package. The Mitra Nuro, yeah. So Bog's gonna stay, that for sure. Bog's staying. And Forces of Vigor are coming in. Collector of can stay too. But I wonder what's the white for? I guess Prismatic Ending. I don't know. I absolutely don't know what deck they're playing. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not able to identify it. I don't think Glimpse is good here because for sure they're gonna fetch. So what would you fetch? You can fetch Foundry and for sure Sphere of Resistance with that deck. With that deck, he's running Sphere of Resistance, I think. Or maybe not because he has Brainstorm. I'm missing my wasteland here. Okay, let's try like that. Let's try like that. Okay, on the play. Please don't troll me. Oof. I think we keep it. So on six, if you don't think on progenitors, I think it's a keep, and a good one too. You can ramp to one. You can make several cards and get, or maybe get a symbiote for more card draw or reclaim. I don't know. The hand is the thing is good. Why you take out visionary over once upon a time? You can't touch. Okay, I will explain you. So you can't take once upon a time. When you see once upon a time basically is part of the mana base. So you don't touch once upon a time. Never ever. It's like this configuration on these lands, on this creature count, on this. Yes, I kept this 7, yes. Hello, Levi. So I thought if you ignored Progenitus, it was a keep. But I don't know. Yeah, the deck is super weird. They are running explorations. Did you watch game 1, Levi? Did you see the cards? With a second land, it's a keep. Yeah, let's see if we can get another land. Endurance. A bit of it, okay. Oh, sorry, guys. Excuse me. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, during last week, during what? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm basically playing blind here. I don't know what opponent's playing. He has every card. Right. What you said, Levi. Yes, what you said. This is gonna be short, guys. This one's gonna be short. Mm. So I was thinking about Progenitus, to remove Progenitus because it comes it it comes to matter very few times, even less and less against D&T because they can raise us lately with Caldra. And I was thinking to move one endurance to the sideboard. Pitching to vigor is not relevant. It's not irrelevant. Yeah. It's not a dead card. It's not a complete dead card, but they are running such a weird combination of cards. They are look. They spawn the Rainstorm, Prismatic Ending, Exploration, Saga, Second Wasteland 2 of the top. Wow. Yeah, I don't think we can beat this. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. What else? There's nothing else to do here, so yeah. Oh, ha! 1 damage. Ooh. Yeah, yeah. I'm playing chill now. Okay. So we get the graveyard, delaying the inevitable, I guess. Oh, that's good. Okay. It's only a 9 turn clock, guys. Don't worry. We can make it. Oh, Saga. Oh, please play Saga. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Wait, you're gonna allow it and it's gonna be eventually replayed. Should we wait until they make the constructs and blow the construct? Hmm. Yeah, I think we can. We are under no pressure. We are 19 live. We can wait a little bit. Oh, I think now we cast. I think now we cast the force. Huh? What on earth are these top decks? What the hell? These are actually they are good top decks. I just don't understand how this what's this shell? So it's like band shell with land elements. It's nice. Hmm. Hmm. Joder, tío. Can catch a break. That's Uro too. Yeah. That ponder must have made them very happy. Wow. That deck is cool. Yeah, good run. That's it. Bye bye, guys. This is the grand finale here. So they went wasteland into island to recover the ponder. That's brutal. So I did bring in. Okay, so my sideboard was pretty on point, I guess. Maybe in hindsight, I would have run the ley lines if I have known their graveyard package was so strong. What would you put then? The it can only put sorceries and instants, right? Yeah, they couldn't pick up anything else. Ah, hmm. Boom. Take 6. Wow. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. We should have having the ley lines in the sideboard. We should have targeted the graveyard more. But of course, it's impossible. I didn't know. I didn't know this was what they were running. I'm just going to play until the end, just in case we top like a cradle into something. I don't know. If we can ever make I missed a damage there. I don't think it's gonna matter though. So if we can ever produce like 4 mana, maybe we can raise, maybe. But I tell you, Uro is the card that it has 1 raises against Progenitors. Puts up so much damage and heals too. Pitch, no targets. Yeah, top decks are being super bad too. And they're gonna cast an Endurance and block something. So what's this archetype, guys? Bant lands? No, I don't know. Bant control. So it's basically, I feel like it's like Ansit's list shell, but then no red, and swapped some flex slots on the lands for Saga tech. 4 color control? Not even 4 color. 3 color, it's banned. Thank you for the follow, Nick's name. Yeah, banned lands. Okay, guys. The deck trolling too with these top decks. GG's. No, they're running more than 2 wastelands. GG's, good luck on the top 8. Boo! Okay, that's it, guys. For me, top 18 was amazing. First time ever I top 8 an event, so happy as well. Let me show you the deck list. So this was the deck list, and so on hand side, every card mattered except the Deafening Silence. I was expecting to fight more 8 cast and like some Storm, but we didn't face anything. Apart from that, all the other, we used every card, I think. Yeah, we used every card. So thank you for everybody who dropped by, who gave a follow, who came say hi, and bear with me until the end. see you around the week, and next week on the Eternal Weekend I'll be streaming too. And let me find someone to send you. I'm the only one streaming Legacy? Okay. So we will send you to this guy, Damon Win Modern. Yeah, thank you guys. I really felt the pressure last rounds, but it's okay. You have to get used to it. It happened to me in paper at the at my first event. So like pressure really got into me. Whenever you were making like a good run or whatever, so that's okay. You need to get you need to get used to it and get over it. So yeah, I'm gonna send you with this guy. Thank you to everybody, and see you next time. Bye.